Chew. Hey, folks. Okay, hello everybody, how we doing? Oh, this fine morning, afternoon, evening, solar cycle, independent spacewalk, wherever you may be. Welcome on in. That's how you know a channel has made it. If someone is watching you in space. And then you know you've gone mega viral when they're watching you when they're on a spacewalk. They have better things that they should be doing at that point. It is great to have you in. Welcome on in, Robotech, Mothman Centaur, Jack Codes, and Hunter Rules over on YouTube. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here so early in the stream. It is great to have you all here. Welcome in. Today, we got some stuff. We got to talk about. We gotta do some stuff. Volmancer, hello, welcome in. Volmancer, we need to talk. You just started? Yes, literally just barely started. We all need to have a chat. We all need to chat about what makes a really great critique. Okay, this is important. This is one of the most important skill sets you can develop as a creative person. I had a mentor once who gave some very, very good advice. If I can find it. I saved it in my Google Drive because I knew I wanted to keep this because it was absolutely fantastic. Would it be interview questions? No, it's not there. Shearer. This came from Wade Shearer. There we go. Defensible Design Critiques by Wade Shearer. Okay. Whoo, boy, do we ever need to talk about what makes a good critique. How many times have you presented something to someone and said, what do you think? Give you the thing and say, what do you think? And then they come back and they say, it's good. I like it. And that's it. All right? This is what we want to avoid. There's also the other end of critique where you are presenting something and they say, you know what? I don't really like the colors on there. Yeah, the colors aren't really what do it for me. And you're like, I haven't even put any colors on it yet. Like, this is all placeholder. This is not being helpful for me because I haven't really even thought about colors for more than half a second. These are all things that can happen, and the plenitude of others that can happen with really bad critiques. Hunter Rules. The worst criticism is from really nice friends. No offense to them, but the problem is that they will defend your game and never give constructive criticism, even when they don't believe what they're saying. Yes. It's not that they're trying to be mean, but they hurt your game in the long run because they don't give you legit advice. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. So, let's talk about how to solicit a good critique. This is by Wade Shearer. He's a higher up of UX. Gosh, I don't even know where he's at nowadays. He's been jumping around as like a VP of UX. VP of product now. Ooh, that's smart access. Smart. Smart to jump into product instead of UX. UX is struggling right now. So this guy knows what he's talking about. He co-ran an organization devoted to helping UX and product folk get together and learn from each other. He's the real deal. So when I share this, it is not my thoughts, but rather someone who is like getting paid an inordinate amount of money by very big companies in order to help them do their jobs better. So there's going to be a list of things you need to provide when you are bringing something to a critique. Like, let's say maybe our critique for the Game Jam. That's going to be coming up shortly today, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. Assuming we had anyone sign up. I actually don't know if anyone has yet. We'll keep an eye on it, though, because you gotta sign up for that if you want to be eligible for the most growth category. Okay, no one's responded. Pretty low competition for that. Most growth competition. Okay. First thing you need to discuss when you bring something to a critique, okay, is what is the problem or job to be done you're attempting to solve? How many times have you brought something to a critique? What would you need to submit? Anything you want, Jack. Literally anything. If you look at the form, hold on, let me share the form out again. Jeez, Google, you make this so hard. Shorten the URL. There we go. There's a link to sign up. If you click into there, you'll see that there are all sorts of different stages of stuff you can bring. And this is exactly to the point of this first question. What stage of project will you bring? Are you going to bring your GDD or early design thoughts and that's all you have? That's great. Totally fine. You can bring a prototype. You can bring something that's completely finished mechanically. You can bring something that's ready for polishing, but we need to know what stage this is going to be so that we can give appropriate feedback, right? Because of that whole like, oh, well, I bring this to you and then you say, I don't like the colors. And you're like, I'm not there yet. Let's not spend the time on that because it's not going to be helpful. And then I'm also going to get kind of defensive because like you're saying I'm bad at stuff and I'm not. And I just haven't had that. I'm just not at that stage yet, right? So, problem or job to be done. A lot of the times when we bring, especially games, this is really hard in games. It's a little bit easier in product design because we have a bit more of intuition around, we're a pharmaceutical robotics company. We kind of all have a basic understanding of more or less who we're trying to help. There's a lot to dive into there, but there's at least a base. The same cannot necessarily be said for gaming. Gaming, I have noticed, is a lot more open. People bring stuff in and they say, here's my game. Is it fun? And fun, to me, is a bit of a trigger word. Fun is kind of like when somebody says they love you. True story. When I told my girlfriend and then future wife that I loved her, she looked at me and smiled and said, thank you. And that was the end of the night. And I learned later that happened because we had different interpretations of what love meant. I meant, you're an important person in my life. I'm never going to be the same because of you, and I really treasure you as a person deep in my heart. For her, it meant, I'm ready to marry you. She was not at that point yet. Neither was I. We were saying different things. So when we say, is this fun? I don't have a very high confidence that we're actually talking about the same thing, right? So, what is the problem or job that you're trying to solve? It's better than, oh, okay, yeah, it is. Jack, all right, I'll finish playing my game, then I'll go back to coding and submit something. Okay, I can't wait to see it, Jack. So, for example, for my game, Overload, what I am trying to accomplish is a lot of really high tension and followed by this really satisfying ending by the end. So I want to really hype up the tension and keep that tension high all the way across, and then have a very nice, not apotheosis. What's it called? Denouement. Very nice denouement. Once again, if we go back to our dramatic tension cycles, right? This is what I'm looking for. That nice, gradual, ooh. Amanusis, welcome in. Good to see you. We're talking critiques. What a moment to wake up to. Morning, sweetheart. Bullmancer, I'm frankly interested to learn more random design philosophies and real-world practices. Admittedly, true mindful design as it exists in your world as a person who definitely thinks on it more and schooled for it likely is not my strength. I could spend all day on code or all day on Lunacy 8, Figma basically, okay, and then still be just as unsure of the true look of something. Yeah, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. That's the whole point of this jam, is to build people's design sense, right? I've said this a couple of times, but in Rules of Play, kind of one of the seminal big original books on game design, they say one of the biggest struggles in ludology, which is game design, is that we don't have a universal language. Like film, literature, art, all of these things have a developed language and culture around them. We don't have that yet, and it makes it really hard. And so people default back to, oh, is this fun, right? But you can see how me saying, I want to keep the player in a really high dramatic tension, and then have a really nice denouement, that all of a sudden gives us a lot more to talk about than, is this fun, right? So, that's the big deal. That's one of the biggest things. Sorry, my wife just texted me that she loves me. Jack, I just realized I couldn't be bothered to even put in sprites, so my entire project is made up of entirely just collision boxes that you won't be able to see. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, as long as... I mean, you could run it in debug mode, right? Would it be able to draw the collision boxes? I don't know. So, problem or job you're attempting to solve. What is it you're trying to accomplish? And for me, when it comes to games, I start to kind of think of this as, you know, what emotional impact are we hoping to have? Dex Leon, thank you so much for the community sub. How are you, friend? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. All right. I unfortunately closed my... Darn it. Here we go. Bringing it back up. So, what is it you're trying to accomplish? Then we have the next point. Who is this going to be for? And I talked to everyone on the stream a few days ago about how this is a difficult question for me to answer in game design until I actually have data. Because you find intersections across emotional beats in a much more wider demographic area than you might expect. So until we have actual market research, I kind of just ignore this question and really focus in on this one. That's just me, though. You may be building, a sequel to Farmville, and you're going to put it up on Facebook. You say, no, I have a good idea of who's going to be playing that game. That would be good to know. I'm an useless. I find that a lot of making something requires moving forward, even if you don't really know what the end product is going to be. Build your wings on the way down kind of thing. Yes, absolutely. There's no substitute for experience. Absolutely. Cubist, 2 frameworks to analyze and plan fun. Octalysis, yes, which is for gamification, yes, but there's a lot of overlap. I use Octalysis all the time on the channel. And MDA, which is more mechanics focused. I have heard of MDA, but I haven't really... dived too deeply into it. It's, what is it, mechanics and dynamics and aesthetics, yeah. And I agree, that's more mechanics focused. I need to dive deep into MDA, I guess is what I'm saying. I need to really get what they're trying to say, because at a glance, it feels a little incomplete for me. Ryun2K, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? 2D Fighter over on YouTube. How you doing? Good to see you. How are the littles? Yeah, I just threw the link in chat. Really cool guy, Yukai Chow. Big gamification expert. His goal in life is to have work become non-existent. And I think that is not going to happen. I don't necessarily think that's a good goal, but I think it's an interesting one, and it tells you a lot about him. MDA is pretty bare bones, yeah. Jack, for me, it is 11 o'clock. So we're going to start critiques in between 2 and 4 hours from now. Yeah. I find Octalysis to be a little bit more holistic in a lot of ways. MDA, it feels to me like a programmer made it. Which, no offense to programmers, but it feels like it's missing a lot of the human element, and I know that's kind of what the aesthetics section is, so I'm not going to say it does or does not until I really understand it. But that's kind of my initial impressions from having looked at it a little bit before. Why don't I think it's a good goal? Shoot, I'm sorry, Aminusis. Why don't I think what's a good goal? The littles are gassy. Yeah, no, I live in that life for real. Okay, so that's the next part of a defensible design critique. It's saying not only what are you trying to build, it's also who are you trying to build it for. And then you're going to talk about how you know this is a real problem, or emotion people want. And this is going to be one that for a game jam you probably won't have a lot on, right? You probably won't know. It'll probably be gut feelings. Now, you may be able to say, I've been seeing a lot of people online talk about how much they really have been discontent with Pokemon. So I think that there is a big total addressable market out there of people who are looking for something in that creature tamer field, but who are unsatisfied with Pokemon's gameplay. And I'm going to add guns to it, because I think that will be funny and draw people's attention, and that will capture people. You know, that would be a good discussion. How are the little ones? How's Wife Quest? Are you holding up off camera? Off camera, I cease to exist. I wither away into the shadows and survive until I come back. No, things are going well. We're taking very deliberate time to spend time together as a family, despite the game jam, even though I am working nearly 24/7 on this thing. Lots of things behind the scenes, and we're doing way more streaming than normal, so we're making it. We're doing well. Thank you for checking in, Fighter. Are we critiquing right now? We're talking about what makes a good critique, Kehado. And also, I want to point out, as of right now, nobody has signed up for critiques yet. So, reminder that in order to be eligible for the most growth subcategory prize of a $25 gift card, you need to sign up for at least one critique. So, you don't have to be here between 1 and 3, my time, 3 and 5 Eastern. You don't have to be here between 3 and 5 Eastern, but you do need to sign up and get me a way that I can actually discuss it. So, I said I don't think that guy's goal of no work is good. Yeah, Aminusis. I think there's value in work. I think there's a lot of value in work. And I understand that what he's saying is like the trudgery of work and like the just daily grind and boredom and everything. But I firmly believe that we need the negative experiences in life in order to make the positive experiences meaningful. So if we never experience any sort of boredom or anything, I don't think that's going to work well for our brain. You know, if we just constantly want to be doing exactly what we're doing, I don't have psychology studies about this off the top of my head, but I feel like that would not be a good thing. I think that would not do humanity well. I found a paper that tries to refine MDA. It's a little bit better, but the focus is still the same. That's why I tend to use both. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Cubus. Cubus, that's why I say it's more mechanics focused. It's more about planning a game's mechanics and their specific effect on the aesthetics. Yeah, that's fine. And that's good, right? It's good to zoom in, right? That's good. That's healthy. It's good to have lots of different frameworks to broaden our understanding and how we interpret and think of things. Those are all good things. 100%. Hunter rules. Indie game success is determined whether the YouTube algorithm promotes it. Robotech, do you have a GDD resource? I really need to learn how to design one. You know, I thought about putting up like a template on the page, and I really should have. I did do some quick Googling, and you can find some good stuff online. I'm stealing one that I used in the Pirate Software Jam, and I'm repurposing. This is a pretty good one that I've seen, but really at the end of the day, the GDD for our purposes, for this game jam, is really about this, right? What are these things? What are you trying to solve? How are you leveraging the theme and our design principle in order to accomplish that? And then what are the details surrounding it? And the big guiding principle I have is when we go through and judge your game, the GDD is going to help us understand what you were trying to accomplish. And so, like, we were talking about the Tiny Devil's Adventure, right? Like, it had this really narrow field of view, and you're like, that just feels weird and not, like, appropriate. But it could be that they had ambitions to build that out more and have, like, hidden surprises you could find, or a monster that would chase you down, or whatever. And then, by reading the GDD, even if you didn't get to build it, we could say, oh, okay, like, I understand the direction they were going. I'm not going to knock that down very much, right? So that's why. That's why it's there. It's just to help us understand what's going on in your head. Cubus, you haven't even started yet. Oh man, I hear ya. I mean, Eustace, enjoy talking to you about those rings. Yeah. I mean, Eustace does a lot of great game design discussion on his channel and in his Discord. Definitely go check out Eustace. Wife Quest. Me too. Oh, Cubus, there's the paper. Lovely. Refining the MDA framework of the pursuit of a game design ontology. Nice. This is a legit paper. It's got an abstract. Very cool. That's awesome. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for sending that along. Okay. I tried to follow you yesterday and got lost. Well, that's good. I don't want you coming to my home. Hunter rules, what do you do when you lose assets in your game? Let's say models get deleted on accidents. You cry. You just kind of punch a pillow for a little bit. And then you pick yourself up and you go build them again. That's it. Worst day ever today? My laptop that contained my games died, including the hard drive. Lost all my 3D models and assets. Oh, that is brutal. Oh, that is so rough, Hunter. Well, so there you go. I mean, this is a lesson learned, right? That you don't really own your projects unless they're backed up. And if they're not backed up, then you're at the whims of fate, right? I'm so sorry, Hunter. That is rough. That is not fun. Version control kits. Lessons in source control. Yes. Always make backups. Yep, absolutely. You meant follow the GDD. Okay. Yeah, I can grab a copy of this. Let me download like a PDF. And then I can throw that into our Discord. I'll go put that in our Game Jam channel. Upload. All right. So that's sitting in the Game Jam channel on our Discord. For what it's worth, I'm not the biggest fan of this GDD. Like, I feel like there's a lot of repetitive sections that are not really clear on what they're meant to differentiate. I plan on kind of refining this and getting rid of stuff and all sorts of stuff. So, my gosh. Oh, you guys are all silly. Okay. Trying to make a platformer different than what I would normally do and failing, but trying new things. Very cool, 2D fighter. That's awesome. I can't wait to see it. The first MDA also has a legit paper, but it's pretty short and doesn't detail much. Yeah, that makes sense. I have a Raspberry Pi that acts as an FTP server for me so I can transfer files between computers, which I did that. Yeah, see? There you go. And that's the thing, Hunter. You're probably never going to make that mistake again, right? I've been happily using Git EA locally for a few years. Still scared of that drive blowing up, so I still have flows to mirror to other drives or even different online Git hosts. Yeah, there you go. Time to eat all my collected game design papers into chat. Yeah, please do. Please do, Cubus. Here's a game to learn Git? What? What is this? So it's a card game? That's great. That's super cool, actually. I love that. I'm gonna throw that in our resources channel because that's rad. Oops, I committed my password. Oh, hilarious. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. That's super cool. I love that. I love that. Okay. Great. Yes. All right. So we talked about how you know this is a real problem, right? How do you know this is something that people are actually wanting? This is where market research can come into play. This is how, and it doesn't even have to be market research, right? It can just be like, I have talked to people and they express this feeling. That's good enough, right? And as a game jam, this isn't the most important question, but if you're building something commercial that you want to sell, this is huge. This is huge. It's my biggest concern with continuing to develop Overload is that it's very different, and I haven't really heard people asking for anything like this. It's not to say that there aren't people that wouldn't love it, but it's just different enough. I worry that it might not be filling a need anyone really has. So, let's throw this in here, like our next line to discuss. When you will know that the problem has been solved. How do you know you've actually accomplished this, right? So for me in Overload, it's going to be like, are they white knuckling during those turns and getting super focused mode? And then I want to see some sort of a relief when they finish. I want to see a oh sort of thing, right? If I'm not getting that big release, then like I'm probably not going high enough on the tension, right? Or I'm not having a satisfying enough ending. So that is how I would answer that question. How will I know when the problem has been solved? I'm going to observe their reactions, engage their behavior. Is that matching up with what I would expect from putting people through this sort of stress? It's hard to know if there's a market for a thing that hasn't been done before. Exactly. It's very true. It's why qualitative research is so crucial. Because you're never going to get a survey that says 10,000 people have said they want a game that has you clicking on tiny little icons as they fall down, and you know, like that doesn't exist. But what you can do is you can talk to people, you can observe them, right? And we need to have a whole day on qualitative research in here. Contextual inquiry, sit down with people, observe them playing games, and you can do this for free, guys. You can do this for free and anytime you want in the form of Let's Plays. My goodness. Like, go to small channels or to channels that you feel probably don't ham up their reactions very much and just watch them playing games that are similar to yours. It's free research. It's amazing. Now, there's no substitute for being in the room with the person, right? I remember I was working at an insurance company and we went to an insurance office and they were dispatching repair people. And we could have talked to them on the phone and gotten great stuff. But when I sat down with them, I saw on the dispatcher's computer, their monitor was completely rimmed with sticky notes. And I said, hey, what are those sticky notes about? And they just kind of giggled and chuckled and said, oh, it's kind of how we communicate to each other between shifts. And I was like, oh, okay. Learned a couple of things there. First off, there's not a good way to communicate with each other. Number two, this is a severe enough problem that they feel embarrassed about it, that they kind of laugh about it. This is something we can solve really quick and easy. It's a big value add. Let's do that. I never would have picked that up if we weren't in person, right? Yes, Wife Quest. Absolutely. Absolutely. Say it's done. Yes. People don't know. By the way, Wife Quest is like legit at that. She's published what, 5 books now? And illustrated them, and I mean, 5 projects, like 20 books. So she knows how to do that. Definitely pay attention when she talks. People don't know what they want specifically, only the features they want. If you ask a guy what they want before cars were invented, they would have said a faster horse. Exactly. Bezos said nobody ever asked for Amazon Prime until we gave it to him. That's why you have to see the experience, and you have to use your design sense, right? It's where corporate America is really failing right now. It's why they're firing so many designers, is because they don't, it's really hard to key in to not just listening to people and not just saying, you know, oh, these people have asked for this button. Let's put this button on there. As designers, your whole job is not doing what people ask you to do. It's finding what they want and then delivering something they didn't know that they were going to appreciate. That's what you do as a designer. Oh, that's hilarious, Cubus. Those stickies? All my passwords. Yeah, there you go. Are there any games from the jam to review? Asks HK Labs. I don't think anyone's submitted yet. I don't think anyone has submitted. Yeah, no one submitted their jam yet. It's going for another 6 days. We have our very first critique day happening later today. So we're talking about what makes a good critique right now. You ask why they want the button. Exactly, K-Hadao. Absolutely. Can't tell you how many times in a decade of product design experience I've sat down with some, expert in their field, and they say, if I just had this one button, it would solve all my problems. Please just build this one button. Put it right here. Make it look like this. This is all that I want. And you say, okay, tell me why you want that button. And I say, well, it's because making these reports is so annoying and I have to copy it all out into Excel. And you say, okay, so why are you making those reports? Oh, well, it's because I have to go talk to my, chief financial officer, improve the value of the tool and how good my team is. Oh, okay. What sorts of things do they look for when they're trying to evaluate your team and how effective things are? Well, they look for this, 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 and this. And then we take that back and we say, okay, they don't want a button. They want an actual reporting tool. They want a dashboard. They want metrics that are punchy and accessible and that prove value. Let's deliver that, right? And then we come up with something way better than just a download button. 15 plus if you include the fronts pieces. Absolutely. Nice. I didn't end up making a ton of progress on my game. It's because you were helping me, Eminus. You were helping me all day yesterday. Oh, shoot. Yeah, exactly, Karazest. Always need to be a collaboration between creator and audience. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can't distance. You cannot distance yourself. Okay, so what stage you're at. This, to me, is the most important thing to discuss during our Game Jam critiques. What stage are you at? That's why it's the first question. I'm going to move this down here. The very first question of the Google form. What stage of project are you going to bring for critique? What are you wanting feedback on? Oh, okay. So, once again, if you are looking for feedback on do these mechanics work together, then we need to know that. So that we don't start diving into, I don't know, the UX flow of this doesn't quite make sense. This menu doesn't really work for me. Or, you may say, I want to know, I have early design thoughts. These are not finalized. I haven't even started coding yet, but I want to see if I'm on the right track from a design perspective. Then we can calibrate our feedback, right? So this is the most important thing to make sure you clarify. Now, you can then talk about what have you already done? What steps have you already taken to try and accomplish these things that we discussed up here? And then the very last part, what type of feedback are you looking for? Can you sign up with a totally unrelated project? That's what the channel points are for, Cubus. Hunter Rules, you know what really interests me? Console mod menus. How did cheaters figure out how to do stuff like God mode for games that didn't have a PC port or just one compressed XEX? Yeah, I don't know. It's beyond me. It's very impressive. Yeah, human ingenuity. Never poke the hornet's nest of hackers. So, I'm going to go through an example of what I might bring if I were to bring Overload. So, I'm just going to grab a quick screenshot of something here real quick. And then I'm going to talk to you about how I might present Overload during a game design critique. Okay, sorry for the notification noise. Darn it, I need to turn that off. Cubus! Coming in with the hat. All right, here we go. So, swap hats. You got it. Oh, I don't think we've gone just raw fedora in a while. Fedoras are tricky to pull off nowadays. I thought channel points were for hats. They are for hats. They're the sneaky way that I get all the kids' attention so that they want to develop their design sense. Ah, Grumble of Pugs. Good to see you, friend. How are ya? Begone, fedora. Doff the fedora, don the baseball cap. Okay, Good to see you, Grumble. How you doing? How's the fruit bat going? By the way, if anyone here does not yet follow Grumble of Pugs, you should all go follow Grumble of Pugs. He is building a game about a fruit bat escaping from a scientific laboratory, and it's really freaking cool. This is one of those things that you go to learn like real game development instead of being here. Grumble of Pugs. There we go. All right. What did we just get? We got what? Swap hats. You got it, friendo. Okay. Okay. Oh gosh. Hold on. This is gonna be tricky with the baseball cap. Okay, there we go. Okay. The game sucks. There's not even multiplayer. I still can't believe you're pushing through on that. That blows my mind. Malchus on YouTube, love the fedora. Thank you. My dad gave it to me. Okay. So here's what I would probably present if I were to bring Overload to a design critique. I'm going to go through each of these steps, okay? So, roguelikes for a long time have been dominated by tactical-based, card play. Things that are, turn-based. They're very slow, and they derive a certain feel. But I think that there's a space for something a little more real-time, a little more action-oriented, that isn't a Vampire Survivors sort of experience. So, what I am trying to do is create an experience where players go through these really high-tension cycles where it's really, really, really strongly amped up. And then, at the very end, have a very strong release of that tension through a strong sort of denouement, release of the tension. Grumble of Pugs, what are we doing here? We're talking how to solicit good critiques, because we're going to be doing critiques of the people who sign up, their game jam projects later today. So we're going to talk about how do we actually solicit a critique in a way that actually helps people give a good critique. Yeah. So, and these are the notes by Wade Shearer on a defensible design critique. He is a VP of product at, he's been at a lot of companies, doing a lot of good stuff. What was the theme? The theme was Overload. Right here, Overload, and we are working in the design principle of Miller's Law, which has to do with short-term memory. You can only keep about 7 plus or minus 2 items in your working memory. We've talked about this a lot on the stream. If we go to, Dice Folk, you can see we have 3 and 3. That's 6 monsters on the field. You have about 4 and 3, 7 dice. You've got like 6 potion slots. If we go to... oh, shoot, I don't have all the other examples in here. But if you go to, Slay the Spire or something, right? How many cards do you have in your hand, right? All of those sorts of things. It's about helping people retain things in memory. So, this is the emotional experience I'm trying to elicit. I'm trying to elicit this high-tension, really extended over a long period of times, and then, oh god, come here. -1 item in brain. Oh goodness, it feels like that some days. When you're up for 4 hours at night and working late, you're only getting 3 hours of sleep a night. Yeah, it feels like you've got -1 item in your brain. So who am I solving this for? I don't have a lot of great demographic data on this, but I'm guessing that these are people who have probably played games like Slay the Spire and bounced off of them a little bit. They're probably going to be more along the Vampire Survivors crowd, Bullet Heaven type sort of things. And I'm hoping to maybe also reach out to a bit more of a wider audience with this. People who have been a little bit unsatisfied with what roguelikes have been so far, or that are tired of the roguelikes they've already had. How do I know that this is a real problem or emotion people want? Frankly, I don't really. I kind of suspect. I've seen that the market is really saturated around turn-based roguelikes or bullet heavens, and there's not a whole lot of in between. But the thing that really got me interested in this was a little demo that came out called Dungeon Crawler, where it's you go dungeon diving, and you do that with a mechanical claw game, and your claw goes down and picks up items and drags over and drops them off, and whatever it drops off is like your turn. And it is a very small little game, and it has gotten a lot of attention online, and that to me is an indicator that people want a little bit more, or rather different roguelikes. How will I know that the problem has been solved? I'm looking for emotional experiences. So when people playtest the game or play the game, I want to see them kind of like white-knuckling the mouse and really diving around. I want to see really intense focus. And then when they finish the game, I want to see really heavy, sort of reactions, this big sigh of relief, right? So the stage that I'm at, I'm in a very early prototype. I don't even have all the systems plugged in yet, but I kind of want to... Well, we'll get to that in just a second. This is a very early prototype. The steps I've already taken in order to accomplish that, I've already built out the system of, having these symbols dropping down. So kind of like Dungeon Crawler, where you have these symbols that represent the different actions you can take. Except for in this one, you're going to be clicking on it. So it's kind of dexterity based. And it's going to be superheroes battling, and you're going to have a limited time limit in order to click on all the symbols on your turn. Once your time runs out, your turn is over, and then the enemy takes their turn. Type of feedback I'm looking for, I kind of want to know pacing at this point. I'm not really looking for mechanical feedback. I've kind of already got that squared away. But I want to see, am I hitting the emotional beats that I'm looking for? Am I getting the tension high enough that people are really getting absorbed into this, like I'm hoping that they will? And you can see a screenshot of this right here. This is kind of what I've got. So you've got your superhero here, you got your supervillain here, and then these balls are falling and you're trying to click on them. This is where I might try to like play a recording of a demo and say, this is kind of what we're experiencing right now. What do you think? What can I do to maybe amp up that feeling of tension? Because I don't feel it's quite there yet. What can I do to increase the dramatic tension? So that's how I would do it. That's how I would kind of express my critique. So that's the base example. How are you planning on critiquing the parts of the game that are incomplete? That's going to be up to the person presenting it to say, hey, these are incomplete. I'm not really ready to discuss them. Or to say, they're incomplete. I don't know if I want to build them. Can we look at them from a mechanical perspective and see, is it worth building? And then we can talk about that. We can run them through our design frameworks. We can analyze things and make a discussion of it. Now, if they want feedback on like, how does this feel? And it's not built yet, there's a mismatch there. You haven't prevented a tool to the level of fidelity that is going to solicit the feedback that you're hoping to get. So you always have to match the level of fidelity of your tool to the level of fidelity of feedback that you're looking to get, right? So if you want to know, is this game polished, and you show me this, I'm going to say, no, it's not polished at all. Like, of course it isn't. Like, are you sure you're really ready for that? And you say, well, no, I haven't really done any polish yet. Like, well, go do the polish. So yeah, I don't know. Does that answer the question, Amanusis? Any questions on design critiques? Any thoughts anyone has? I want to hear what you're thinking. I want to hear what you're feeling. There are no right or wrong answers here. This is not a class. I am not grading anyone. I will be providing a critique, but that's not judgment. That's just critique. We can talk about how to receive a critique well and how to give a critique well. These are all different facets of critiques, and you need to get good at them. You need to get better at them. I need to get better at them. I'm not very good at receiving critiques incredibly gracefully. Especially if I feel the person giving the critique isn't discussing what I want. I can't tell you how many times over 10 years of product design, I've brought something to a team and said, hey guys, like, this is pretty close to being done. I just kind of want to see, like, this button here, it feels a little bit off. I'm kind of looking for visual design feedback. And then people say, no, you got to go back to the drawing board. This isn't going to work. And I'm like, well, no, it is going to work because the team thinks it's going to work and we have a lot of reasons to think it's going to work. Please just give me feedback on what I'm asking about. Please don't. That frustrates me to no end. Your game sucks. Me. Yeah, saying your game sucks, that's a bad critique, right? And that's a lot of why we talk about building a good language for discussing things here, because I'm sorry, thank you everyone for your patience while this little guy cries in a corner. That's why we talk a lot about building a common language, because without it, you default to stuff like, this sucks, or this game is really fun. And like, neither of those are helpful statements, right? Like, I don't know what to do with this sucks. If it's, hey, the pacing is off, or when I got this item, I felt that there was no longer any dramatic tension in the game because I could just win. Or, any of these, or I didn't feel empowered to really make any sort of decisions. These are now things that I can take as a designer and come back and say, okay, this is actually helpful. I see where to improve. I've seen people advise that when you're giving criticism, it's important to give your experience and not your solutions, especially if you're not an expert in the field. Yeah. So, okay. Let's talk about it a little bit. Let's talk about how to give a good critique, and this will be a brief thing. If you're looking to give a good critique, then, like we were saying, you need to get specific. You can't go to generals, and you can't talk about, don't talk solutions. Don't talk solutions. You can say, so like, for example, with Overload, if someone was critiquing this and they said, I don't like it, that's not going to help me. But if they say, I'm not feeling that enough is really happening. I don't feel like I'm making enough decisions in order to really drive that feeling that you're looking for up. Now I have something to key into. But then, like we said, we don't want to provide solutions. But what you can say is, like, for example, I think doing, adding in a black hole or something that sucks the dots into it and makes them disappear could be helpful. Or maybe you could have dots that are negative dots. They're poison. If you click on them, you get poisoned, right? So those are kind of more open-ended. They're saying these are ideas. These are things that I think would drive towards what you're looking for, instead of the solution to this is building offensive dots that like hurt you if you click on them. That's not good. But you can say, I think something like this would lead you in the direction that you're looking to go. Because that recognizes humility. It says, I am not the person who's going to be building this. I don't really know. But these are thoughts that I have that might help you. So it's less about this is the solution and more about I'm kind of thinking this might be a route you may want to look at. And those are different things, right? It's a little tricky. It's a little fuzzy. I get that. It comes with experience and all that. So, this game sucks is bad critique. This game sucks and here's why is helpful if poorly delivered. Yes, exactly, wife. Newell, one of the most important skills for creators to learn is that feedback is data. Important data. Sometimes it's bad data. But even bad data can spark an idea that makes us better. Being able to distance yourself and not react emotionally is a critical survival skill. Absolutely. Yep. By the way, for anyone who did not know, NWLL is my dad. So, my dad has been a writer for his career. He has published books and done a lot of writing for other people. Once again, this is a guy who knows what good critiquing is and how to survive that. He just retired. He is like, he's been around the loop a little bit. Got the whole Fox Hollow here. Heck yeah, we do. This is great. Sorry, I think we ranged a little wide, Aminusis. Okay, and then another thing that I find very helpful in critiques, and you'll get a lot of people discussing what they feel is right or wrong in critiques. It's all subjective, right? There's no science to it. But what I really like is something that I heard someone describe on Project Runway. And the head judge on that was talking to someone about their dress they were making. And instead of saying, I think this, and this is wrong, they said, instead of saying anything, they asked questions. They said, so how do you feel this is actually going to tie in? How do you feel that this is going to accomplish what you're looking for? Do you think this might pull away from what you're hoping to accomplish? Do you feel that there may be a problem in this space because of this thing that you're building? And he didn't actually give any feedback. He just asked questions and let people explore them on their own. And I think some people can interpret that as passive aggressive. I think it's a very powerful way to allow people to explore things and come up to their own conclusions. So, you know, you You got to find your own route. And some people are going to be incredibly blunt, and they're going to say this sucks, and this is why I think it sucks. And like, everyone's going to find their own style. There's not always going to be a match between the critique giver and the critique receiver. And that's why it's important to find a critique group you trust and that you mesh well with and that you feel really drives you forward. To, I think it was Cubis's point earlier, you don't want to just show your stuff to friends and family because they're going to say it's great. That's not going to help you. That's not going to grow you. But neither will throwing it out on the internet and people saying, oh, this is another boring walking simulator. Like, no, it's a Doom clone. That's not even close to the same thing, right? You got to find your own space. It depends on the friends and family. Absolutely. Absolutely. GameMaker 2D Fighter says, hey, Dad. Those questions help the receiver to analyze their project from a different angle. Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the biggest things, in my opinion, a critique can do is get you outside of your head, right? I'm a wholehearted believer in the fact that ideas that live in your head are dangerous because they feel so good or they feel completely impossible. But then when you get them on, get them out in paper, you get them in a physical world, you get other people looking at them, all of a sudden stuff becomes a whole lot more clear really fast. Cuba's not my point, but yes, one of the points I support. Okay, sorry, I messed up there. Amanusis, do you think people in the games industry often try to define a project by genre or comparison, even if that is harmful to the project? Tell me about that question. Why are you asking that question? I'm kind of curious about that. What do you mean by that? Yeah, any other thoughts on critiques before we kind of move on? We've got Amanusis parked while he formulates a response here, but any other thoughts or questions, comments anyone has on what a critique is, what we're expecting today, what we're hoping to get today? As a reminder, we do have the critique session coming up. Still no one has signed up. Guys, this is easy. This is a really easy way to qualify for that $25 category. I'm going to share the link on the page again. Here we go. GameMaker 2D Fighter, you're banned. All industries and projects suffer from being boxed. That's true. It's true. And we could talk a lot about that. We could talk a lot about why that happens, both from a cultural perspective, from a business, as well as a business safety perspective. And like, there's a lot of reasons why AAA games function the way they do nowadays. And it's a really interesting discussion. I'm sure that there's a lot of GDC talks that are going to talk about it better than I would, but we could talk about it here. I could spew my very uninformed opinion. Hey guys, I've been working in games for 6 months. I have yet to release a project. Let me tell you what it is. Session 2 is going to be full. Yeah, I mean, that's the real danger, right? That's the real danger, is that you're going to want to be in session 2 because you want to show something more developed. Don't do that. Get feedback early. That's why I stream, so that I get feedback really quick and early on what does and doesn't work. Get your feedback early when it's easy to change directions. My stuff isn't in a state that I think would be worth having others invest time in critiquing yet. I understand that, Mothman. I've been there myself. If you're unconfident about your mechanics at all, we would love to discuss them in the form of just hastily scrawled napkin thoughts. I'm telling you, it'll be worth your time. I signed up, but my game is entirely non-functional. That's okay. Hey, we do have a response. There's Jack. Okay, so the important thing is not the level of functionality. The important thing is, what are you hoping to learn or get feedback on? And then do we have enough to be able to provide meaningful feedback on that? That's all you got to do. It doesn't have to function. Amanusis, going off of the thing you said about Walking Simulator and Doom Clone, do you think some games might be harmed from those labels, sort of getting critiques from the incorrect lens due to public perception? Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, you say Walking Simulator is a derogatory term, right? Like, it's kind of been co-opted, but mostly... Oh, kiddo. Mostly, it's meant as a way to say this isn't a game, right? It has those preconceived notions. So yeah, I mean, labels of any sort are always dangerous in terms of developing a flushed out and holistic understanding of something. Where they're helpful is in allowing our brain to take shortcuts not to have to process things, right? So if I'm racist and I say something racist about someone, it is a mental shortcut I am taking to say I don't have to care about this person, right? Because caring takes effort. Caring takes time. Caring about a game takes effort and takes time. So that can be both powerful in both a positive and a negative way. You can tie your game into successful genres like Pal World did, right? You look at Pal World and someone will say it's a Pokemon open world game with guns. You instantly know what that game is without having to think too much about it. If they tried to make something complete like mine, like the closest genre I have is a dexterity roguelike, and that's not going to tell you a ton about what the game really is. So that means there's a lot of room to kind of explore and to be different, but it also means the average person, they're not going to want to spend too much time thinking about it. And if you can't provide them a clean picture immediately of what this thing is going to be, your marketability goes down. So genres are powerful. They do a lot of good, but they can also work against you. And that's where, I watched a post by someone on Reddit the other day, and I forget what the game name was. Kingmakers. It's the Bannerlord, but with guns, right? Where you go back in time with an arsenal of modern weaponry and go in an open world and build a kingdom. And they said they prototyped dozens of different ideas until they finally got a screenshot of Kingmaker of your M16 pointing out of the camera towards a horde of knights running at you. And they were like, this is it. This is the game. And I think that's because it was very striking, it was very different, but it's also because it fit into commonly accepted stereotypes, right? It had genres that people could relate to. They knew it was a first-person shooter. They knew it was an open world. They knew it was a builder. Now, all of a sudden, you know what that game is. You can piece it together. It works. Kato, I wasn't able to participate in the jam, but I'm happy to give some notes on how I feel playing other people's submissions. I'm sure people would love that, Kato. Absolutely. Cubus, they usually get harmed by advertising and being bought by the wrong target audience. If they say it's a walking sim and can't recognize that it's a Doom-like, they're the wrong audience. Now the question is, why did it appeal to them and not your intended audience? Yeah, so if you want to have a really good case study on that, you look at Firefly. The original Firefly series on Fox, when it was getting announced, the way they marketed it was not as a space western drama, with kind of danger and weirdness and excitement. They marketed it as a comedy. And then they told people it was going to be on at certain times and didn't play it at those times. The marketing completely destroyed it, unfortunately. Genres can be invented. They absolutely can. I mean, Backpack Hero, right? It has given birth to a whole new genre. Vampire Survivors has given birth to a whole new genre. You can. But how many games have tried to invent new genres and failed? So it's risky, right? It's all about risk management. And that's why AAA games are kind of homogenized, because they're going for low risk, high reward. That's what they're trying to aim for. Firefly's treatment is one of the greatest tragedies of our time, for real. Castlevania was a hack and slash or action RPG before it was a Metroidvania genre. Yeah, that's fair. Princess Bride, absolutely, yeah. Argue those aren't new genres, just newly popularized. I mean, I don't know. I mean, inventory management was a genre that... It wasn't a genre. It was a mechanic, popularized by Diablo and stuff, right? I don't think it was a genre by itself. It was a mechanic. So they turned a mechanic into a genre. I would argue that's new. Great video by Jonas Tyroller, Thronefall dev, about finding your direction. I think, is it the search one with the boat? I think that one's been shared around a couple of times. We do have ads starting up in just a second. I'm going to go change this kid's diaper and try and get him settled. I will be right back. Thank you for the fascinating discussion. I've loved chatting with you all here today about critiques, design, and marketing, all that fun stuff. We've ranged far and wide, and it's been lovely. You're all great. Thanks for being here. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for that extended break while I had to go fix my invisibility cloak. The dog ripped it out of the wall. I kid you not. That was an experience. What up? Discount Thor. What's Discount Thor? The boat. Yes. Okay, Cubus. Yeah, thanks. 2D fighter. There's a whole fighting game genre because of a glitch in Melee, the wave dash. Yep. Time scoring classical games birth the speedrun genre. Yep. I dare say the original G-Bike from Final Fantasy VII PSX birth the Endless Runner. That's an interesting take. Like Temple Run. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting take. I could see someone tracing that lineage back a little bit. Okay. I think it's time to build. I think it's time for me to actually make a game. Let's do this thing. Whew. All right. Lovely. Just checking up on things. Looks like we're all good. By the way, for all of you who are new to the stream, we are a charitable organization devoted to helping people develop the skill sets they need to enter the video game industry. We are running a game jam right now to do that. So if that sounds like a good time for you, welcome on in. Follow, subscribe on YouTube or Twitch. And we are one subscription away from our goal, by the way. Big deal. Thanks for coming along and hanging out with us. We are building a superhero game. It doesn't look like a superhero game right now, but it is. On the left is Overload, our electrical superhero, and on the right is the villain, Ohm. And these little balls falling down are different effects, so you're going to have a certain amount of time to click on all of these balls that are falling. It's a dexterity-based roguelike. Red will deal damage, blue will give you block, yellow will give you energy, or, you know, that is to say, like, mana is the closest approximation, Jacob's Law, right? And then purple is activating your superpower, your spell. So now I have Chain Lightning turned on because I had enough mana to buy, to use one of these Chain Lightnings. I need to dial this up. This is too infrequent. And you'll take turns. Slay the Spire style. He'll have an intention above his head that will say what he's going to do. And then your turn, instead of playing cards, you're going to have X amount of seconds before the timer runs out, and then you move forward. So we are building all that. We have built out quite a lot of things. I built out a lot of things last night after the stream as well. Gonna have to be building a lot more tonight too, because we spent a lot of time talking about critiques. It was great. It was a great discussion, but my submission has suffered. So what do I need to do? I need to make these pegs. These are board interference effects from the villain. So the idea is that these will be kind of bouncers like in pinball, right? So your symbols will fall down, they'll hit this and then bounce off wildly, unpredictably, and it'll be very hard to track. I need to build out the bounciness. I don't quite know how to do that. Amanusis! Hello! Thank you for that subscription. So good. Thank you. That is our goal. We made it to 50. Thank you, everyone. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. I just can't say it enough. I mean, this is my full-time job right now, and it has been for about 6 months. And for anyone who has started businesses before, you know it's rough to start off with. And this is a really risky, rough business to try and start. So getting all that support from all of you has just meant the world, because it is, you know, it's formula in my baby's bottle. It is payment for the house. It is, it's everything. So thank you. And one day we will be beyond mere subsistence. And when that day comes, we're going to be able to start really giving back to the community very, very heavily. I'm very excited about that. As soon as me and my family are like not in danger of losing our house, that's when we're going to be able to start really dialing things in a lot for everyone who participates in this stream, no matter how they do. So thank you for getting us in those early steps towards that. It means the world. Thank you. The pegs seem helpful right now because they slow things down enough to be clickable. Could be. And this is something that, like, if I were doing this as a professional thing, I would want to like put this down in front of people and say, I want you to beat the bad guy. And I would explain to them what all these little circles do. And then I'd see, like, can people reasonably click on things as they are falling down, or are they running into problems? We do have health of the bad guy built in, by the way, which is exciting. So if I get enough of these reds, you can see our debug down there is telling us his health. 4, 3, 2, 1, and then blop, he's dead. We won the fight. Hooray. So abilities to place your own or special ones to also click the orbs could be cool. Yeah, Cubus, I actually thought it would be cool to have like one of the superpowers be like a funnel, right? So you turn it on and then these big triangles come in right here and you just kind of like click as fast as you can on everything going down the funnel. 2D fighter, I hear you, man. I hear you. So we need to make the pegs bouncy. I don't know how to do that. I tooled around with it a lot last night, and I thought about, well, what if we have like area 2Ds and overlap, and when the area 2Ds overlap, we impart like some sort of a force to the thing that overlapped, but then I couldn't find a way to really do that very easily, so I've kind of shelved that. Auto clicker time. Yeah, there you go. I need to build, I started hooking up a bunch of signals. If you go to our signal bus, started hooking up a bunch of signals for the player turn end, the villain turn end, and when the villain needs to attack. And I don't know if I'm doing this right. I know I've got like a million errors down here. Oh, it's on these. Drawing is only allowed inside notification draw, _draw function or draw signal. Oh, okay, so it's like GameMaker that way. You have to do draw things inside of a draw event. Fair enough. Okay. So we'll just do that. So in our villain parent, here we go. We are waiting to hear when certain signals are coming across. We are waiting for when anything is clicked, we deal damage to the villain, and we deal that against their... Oh, we're not taking into account their block yet. Oh, bummer. Oops. Let me do that real quick. So if self.block is greater than 0, then block minus equals damage, and then return. Oh, that darn colon. It's gonna get me every time. So while there is block, subtract damage from the block. If there's no block, then remove it from the hit points. We should copy that into our player too, because I think I copied this from the player. Oh, you know, I think that's actually in the villain parent. When they do the attack. Villain attack emit. Oh, and then the player is probably listening for that, right? Yeah. Well, that's not going to work. Wall block is greater than 0, and attack is greater than 0. Then you can do this. Hold on. These are very different functions. How did I do these so differently? If self block is greater than 0, block minus equals damage. And this is decrementing it by 1, which is probably a good idea. Should probably get rid of that. HP minus equals damage. HP minus equals attack. So we're subtracting 1 from the attack for every block while there is block. So we lower that down until we have a leftover amount, and then we just subtract the rest of it from the hit points. That makes sense. And then we do need some sort of if HP is less than or equal to 0. But we need like a game over, I think I saw somewhere, or game restart, or game end. Yeah, I don't remember. We'll just do a pass for now. Funny how Easter chocolates are still overpriced, even 50% off today. Oh, shoot, that's funny. Yeah, candy is not like my favorite thing to spend money on, although I am definitely a sucker for seasonal Reese's because they have a higher volume of the good stuff to the chocolate. That's why you gotta make your own. There you go, there you go. I've never actually made my own chocolate before. I've made my own like homemade candy bars, but it's always been like with chocolate chips, right? That I temper. I've never like done the like grinding of the cacao beans and incorporating wax and everything. That'd be a fun thing to do someday. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna copy this and put it inside of our villain. We're gonna use that instead. Damage. Here we go. Swap out all these variable names. Okay. And then Q free just to have something there. We don't want Q free. We really want to move to a relic room. Deal with that later. Okay. Tempering chocolate is a pain and fully making them even more. So I watched we have a recipe we really like to make. It's a Josh Wiseman's Butterfingers recipe. It's just crazy good. It is so good. I highly recommend the Butterfinger recipe. Okay. Okay. This is where I need to start writing out tasks because I'm getting lost on things. So I'm actually going to go back to Figma. And I'm going to start writing stuff out. Like, what do I still need to build? Whatever. We'll do a little mini Trello board here. Okay, so we need to do the timer. It is kind of rudimentarily built in, but it is not functioning. So we need the timer. We need relics. We need relic room transitions. As a part of getting the timer to work, we also need the enemy to broadcast their intentions. We also need the enemy to take their turn. And then we need to give that turn back to the player. I prefer ice cream, but you have to be fast with eating. It's true, but not too fast. It's a danger treat. You need to push your luck. What else do we need to do? We need to build out the UI. And then we need to transition back to fight with a different villain. And if we can get that done today, I will feel quite accomplished. That's a lot to get done today. We'll see how it all goes. Okay, so let's start in on the timer. Let's do the timer. So in the fight scene, I made a turn timer. And it is apparently not hooked up to anything. Okay. You can wait for, let's give people 5 seconds to take their turn. 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1000. That might be too short. We'll see. Hey, little guy. You're being a little fussy. Yeah. Are you okay being a floor baby? No. Come here. Oh, come here, little guy. Wow. Here we go. He got the biggest eyes when I came in close. Like, I was just this monolithic space beast. And I started coming closer and it was... All right. Are you hungry? Do you want some food? No? You just want to be held. He is a snuggler. He does not like being away from people. But if you hold him, he's pretty good. Which makes it difficult to program at the same time. Okay. Jeez, guy. Okay. So, we have our timer. We need to set a timeout signal, right? So when it is done, you need to... Oh, you know what? We set these up in the signal bus. We have a turn end. So can we do like timeout and this is weird. I don't know what shows up in the attached scripts or not. I guess we have turn end. Is it just any attached script? All right, so connect. Turn end. So we turn spawning off, and then we emit a signal that our turn has ended. And then the villain will be listening for the turn end, and when they do, they will execute the villain turn function. And we will match the intention, which is picked from random from these options, and execute the function according to what it should be. So, these functions right now are doing an attack or doing a block, or they are throwing down more pegs. So we have, we're sending out the signal to attack. Why are we doing that? Why are we sending out a signal to attack instead of just doing the attack? Oh, little one. Come here. What, are you hungry now? He's so temperamental when it comes to food. You know, you're like, I see you're starting to get a little upset. Would you like some sustenance? He says, no, I'm completely full. I couldn't imagine eating another bite. Like, very well. It sounds like I've got a little bit more time. And then 20 seconds later, it is screaming hellfire. I can't believe you don't feed me. I'm gonna call child services. Like, bro, I have it on camera. I just offered you like 20 seconds ago. Yeah, you're a little impatient when it comes to this, aren't you? But when you can tell food is coming, you get very patient, which I am grateful for. Okay. I don't know what this signal is doing for us. I don't think we need this, right? We're emitting... Oh, wait, no, that's right. Because we are having the player take care of their own health. So that's why it is. So we're emitting that signal, and the player receives the villain attack and does the damage function where they get hurt. Right, okay. That is all making sense. And then we need to re-randomize our intention. It would probably be better to have a function for this. Mothman Centaur, thank you so much for the lurk. Good to have you in here. Hope you have a good day. Okay, so we need a new funky funk. Funkier than the funkiest of blue cheeses. Shall be funk underscore intention. Our intention. Randomize the intention. And then we don't need to pass in any functions, we just re-randomize it. So now, instead of doing this here, we'll just call the function underscore r underscore intention. And then, that's on ready. So then on the at the end of each of these things where they are taking a turn, we can call that. There's probably a better way to organize that, right? There should be a way where we can only have to call this once. Is there a way to say, like, I guess we just go outside of the match, right? Just do that. So do the old intention and then get a new intention. That should be simple, right? Okay. So I'm realizing I'm getting carried away with coding. I need to go slower. We're working on the timer right now. Let's make sure the timer is all hooked up correctly. So how do we verify that? In the villain turn, let's just do a print of debug villain turn. And honestly, the way it should work is after a certain amount of time, we should just notice symbols stop spawning. That'll be the first indicator that the timer is working. So we wait for a little bit for everything to come in. Start clicking. Getting as much done as we can. Can't wait for the UI to get built so that I can actually know when to turn on our superpower or not. Goodness gracious, I swear I've clicked on 5 powers. There we go. Saw one go a little bit. And then I need to make the symbols appear less frequently. Like, we don't want all that many superpowers, right? The majority can be attack, defense, energy. Blup, no. Blup, no. Still no change. Okay, we've definitely gone for 5 seconds. So the timer is not stopping things. So let's figure out why that is. Turn end, we'll do a print debug here. Print debug. Turn end. All right, let's check that out. Yeah, that's not working. We're not hitting it. Okay? So is our turn timer not running out? Oh, because it's not auto start. It needs to be auto start. Right. Okay. So we're not starting the timer. That's our problem. Let's just put it on auto start and then we'll deal with the whole like starting your turn versus stopping your turn thing later. And this is a one shot. We don't want this repeating. Oh! Infinite recursion. How is block giving us infinite recursion here? Step in. Signal bus, turn and emit. Huh. This is weird. Oh, we got ads. We'll be right back. Thanks for hanging around. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being patient. Here we go. Let's dive back in here. Okay. So, I'm not totally sure why we're getting infinite recursion here. Nothing in here is, like, calling itself. So, I'm a little confused why that might be happening. Let's try running this again. See what happens. The cool thing is the timer seems to be working, right? Like, we're going into turn end, villain turn. And we're bouncing between turn end and villain turn, like, super fast. Is it because we're saying the timer is done and so it's constantly running? Do timers not only execute one time? I don't know if we have any Godot experts in here that could answer that. I would imagine that the timer only signals once, right? Timer will stop when reaching 0. If false, it will restart. Okay, so we've got that set up right. Timer will automatically start when entering the scene tree. Property is automatically set to false after the timer enters the scene tree and starts. So we should be good, right? Depends on if you have it on loop, which we don't. We've got one shot turned on. So it should just be sending the one signal, which means we are going into the turn end. Is this hooking up every timer to this? No, it's not. Okay. Infinite loop sounds like a code problem. I guess so. We're emitting the end turn signal. Oh. Ha. Ha. There's our problem. Okay. So we don't really need that. We may not even need this, to be frank. We may not need that signal at all, because we have the timer set up to do it now. I mean, if we were being really hygienic, I guess we'd move all of our signals into the signal bus, right? But are you tricking turn end and turn start on repeat? Yeah. You need to stop the program. Oh no, it's still going. My apologies. Let me bring this up here. So this was the problem. In turn end, we were signaling the turn end signal, which we were then hooking into to then start the turn end function. That was our infinite loop. It was very basic. So we're just gonna delete those. Oh, guy, what's up? Yeah, I don't think we need either of those signal buses anymore. We can just get rid of those since we have the timer set up. All right, let's try this. Knew it, said Jack. 3, oh, 8. Symbols stopped spawning, which means we hit the end of our timer. We hit turn end. But then our villain parent isn't hearing. So let's just get rid of this one and try that again. See if the villain will hook into it now. Turn end, villain turn. Okay, we're not spawning any more stuff in. Okay, that's good. We can't click on anything because it's the turn end. We need a way to, like, delete all of those on turn end. How would we do that? How would we do that in an object-oriented way where it's like the symbol hears turn end? I guess that would be it, right? The symbol hears the turn end event and then just queue freeze, right? I think that's the easiest way to do it. May not be the cleanest way to do it, but it's probably the easiest way to do it. Okay. Symbol parent. Blup. Connect, and you are going to connect to, delete. Or, I don't know, what's a better way to say it? Not delete. Remove? Wipe? Let's just say delete. And then we make a new Funkity Funk Funk, which is staying alive while deleting. Okay. And then it's just going to be queue free. That's going to be the only thing in there. And then we can call delete instead of doing these queue frees down here. Oops. There we go. Okay. Okay. All right, now this is yelling at me. We don't want villain turn end, we want turn end. Dot connect underscore delete. Okay. Unexpected identifier in class body. Oh, right, because it's code, and code doesn't run outside of a function. So we need to put that in our ready. I'm learning. See, I'm learning Godot. The goodly doodlies, they're getting firmly squared away in my squiggly wampus head. All right, let's see how this works. Hey, there we go. Look, we're hooking stuff up. Amanusis, I'm becoming a real programmer. I'm doing it. Jack, guys, everyone, look. I'm a big boy. Okay. To which they all say, yes, yes, that's very cute. Those are some nice training wheels. Okay. You are indeed. Hey, you guys are giving me Bezos ad money. I'm a professional. Ariel, hello, welcome again. Good to see you over on YouTube. How you doing? How's the project going? How's Swords and Spells? The real programmer was inside you all along. Ariel, I loved your intro. That was, by the way, on the Share Your Work channel, Ariel shared the intro sequence for his Game Jam submission. Whoa, it's really loud. Sorry. Let me bring that down a little. Great usage of sound effects, by the way. So good. Is this a thing that was in old computers and I never noticed that it says detecting primary master and detecting primary slave? Is that like... Was that a thing? Or did you just sneak that in? Because I think it would be very funny if it were not a real thing. Fuzzy Buzzy, hello. Welcome on in. Good to see ya. Yeah, just listen to these sound effects. Hold on, let me bring it back up. We'll banish the beats. I want you to listen to the sound effects without seeing it. Doesn't that just feel like an old computer starting up? Isn't that great? Old BIOS has it. Master and slave are old computer terms. Oh my goodness. Wow, I had no idea. I thought that was a very sneaky sort of meta thing that you had snuck in. Shoot. Oh man, I thought it was great. I love that, Ariel. Yeah, go check out the Share Your Work channel in the Discord and see what Ariel's posted there. Sound effects are good, yeah. That's the sort of stuff you get on We Love Indies. I don't have any either, Jack. I'm nowhere even close to that. That's gonna come in the last few days. Hopefully, we'll see. Yeah, welcome in, Ariel. Good to see you. Welcome in, Fuzzy Buzzy. Good to see you again. How's the Crazy Taxi thing in GameMaker going? I want to hear how. Hold on. Do I have a name? Fuzzy Buzzy. I don't have a name. It's the Twisted Metal like. Yeah. How's it all going? Taking a break. I hear that. No worries. Breaks are good. They're healthy. Hey, guy. All right. Yeah, you take breaks all the time, huh? You'll get hard to work drinking a bottle, and then you'll be like, okay, I'm ready for like a 10-minute break, and then you'll be ready and roaring and screaming for another go at it, huh? I do have some other meta things in to establish my in-game universe. Okay, if you check the text closely, you'll find a couple of things that stick out. I thought I had already done that, unfortunately. I need to like do a compare, like bring up an old picture of a BIOS and then see what's different. I thought everybody programmed hard for like 3 days, then took a month off. Yeah, pretty much. It just depends on how much you get done in those 3 days. And the names are specific, says Ariel. Okay, I'll have to give that a little bit of a look. ADHD be like. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Okay. So we are going into the villain turn. We need to now, at the end of the villain turn, we need to call the signal that the villain turn is ending. I mean, do we need to call the signal? Villain turn end is a function in here? Yeah, it's a function. We don't need a signal for this. Because we're not All right, I think we solved it. It's something a layman will notice? Okay, all right, you're getting my hopes up here. How dare you? All right, as a reminder, we only have one submission for critique today. If you want to qualify for that most growth, and you want to have the highest chance at it, you submit early so we can see how much growth has happened. Definitely you'll want to submit. I'll share the link once again in chat. We're going to be starting in about 40 minutes. We're going to be starting these, oh, Google, you make this so hard on me. Shorten URL, copy, there we go. Okay. And it's me with my non-functioning game. That's right, it is Jack. It is Jack. So far, Jack is the only person who's going to qualify for the most growth category. Suppose I can throw in my GDD? Please throw in your GDD, Ariel. I'd love to see it. We had a whole discussion. If you rewind the stream, we talked for like 2 hours about how to solicit a good critique and how you need to bring it in early so that you can course correct quick. Don't expect it to be top-notch quality. I don't expect anything to be top-notch quality at this point because we're so early on. Heck, it's a game jam. I don't expect anything to be top-notch quality by the end. That's not the point. The point is, are we growing? Are we developing our skill sets? Are we building our design sense? Are we learning? That's what we're looking for. Okay, so, villain turn end, we just call that function. That's all we got to do. So we set a new intention, we end the villain turn, which will then pass the signal bus dot villain turn end dot emit, and then in the fight scene, or rather in the fight scene? Yeah, in fight scene, we will listen for the villain turn end. Signal bus dot villain turn end dot connect, and then this will be like turn start. Okay. Now we need a function for that. One funky block of code. Turn end. No, not end. Dang it. Turn start. Whoa. And colons. Gosh, dang it. Gotta remember the colon. I can show my 2 hours of progress if you want to. I'd love to see it. That's the thing. It's very rarely too early for a critique. There's a fantastic video on YouTube. Maybe I'll find it and throw it up in Discord after the stream, of Michael Magnolis. Michael Magnolis is a research partner for Google Ventures. So his job is to find all the startups that Google is investing in and help them to succeed. Give them the data that they need to make good decisions. And he has a great video on how research and projects are like throwing a dart at a board. And you throw a dart at a board and you are initially aiming at the bullseye, but then gravity starts to take effect, or maybe it hits a wind gust and it pulls up. And if you don't catch those things early, then it's going to just keep on falling, keep on rising. It's going to go way off track. But the earlier you go on, the smaller the course correction for that dart needs to be to get back on the straight path. He also has a fantastic story about doing research for a robot that will deliver things to your hotel, and how he had to work so hard to invite strangers up to a random hotel room and help them feel comfortable. It's great. Okay, so on turn start, what do we do on turn start? We set can spawn. So we'll call that function can spawn, not cannot. Can spawn, and then we start the timer, right? So I don't actually know. How do we do this? Make scene root. Reparent. Oh, wow. Copy node path. I think we're going to need to... That is not what I was looking for. Godot, I do not have two hands with which to control click this. I need a shortcut. Please, give me some sort of context menu. Oh, little guy. It's just being tough right now, huh? Because I can drag that in, but that's not going to help me. I need... access as unique name? No. Oops. Oh, guy. All right, is it feeding time? You want more food? We doing the clusters today? That's not very conducive for Dad's work, you know. If you want to keep getting formula, you should probably let Dad do work. Okay, copy node path. And then paste. Yeah, that just gives me the name of it. That's not the path. I mean, is it going to be as simple as Control-C, Control-V? No. Bummer. Okay. Let me see if I can swing this. Oh gosh, this is very uncomfortable. None of you can tell how hard this is right now. We did it. We did it, Reddit. Oh boy, that was rough. It was rough. Okay. So we've got our turn timer. Hooray. Kalookalay. We've got our turn timer. Now in turn start, I'm assuming we can say turn timer dot one shot. Or just start, right? I'm assuming one shot you would turn that on or off. Would the path not just be the name because it's a direct child? I don't know. I don't know, Amanusis. I've been told to control click. So you don't need the full path if it's a direct child. This is why I really want a better visualization of the tree. Well, I mean, I guess that's what this is, right? This is everything that's in the tree of the root node. But then there may be other nodes that are not a part of the tree. Can you have multiple trees? Yes. Is that a bad practice if you have multiple trees? I can tell I only have 3 fingers available right now, says 2D5. You know the trick. You know it much. You know the struggle much more than I do. When do you need the submissions for? We're going to start in about 30 minutes. So whatever you can get me, that will help you to get the feedback that you're looking for. So if you're wanting early design thoughts, send over your GDD. If you want feedback on your prototype, on how things feel, it would be great to have a build that I can run. But if not, a video, just a screen capture video of it would also work just fine. Those bouncy pegs recursion. Yes, yeah, I know. I thought about, I need to make sure I bring these out before everyone comes into the stream today. And then I just forgot. Bloop. And I'm sure there's a better way to do this, right? Right, than have all these duplicates. At the very least, I could put them in a group. Control click is just a shortcut. The path is relative to the node you're in. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you. Only one tree. So I can have only one tree. If I make a new node, and I'm going to say this is a stream player node. Aha. And there's no way to, like, remove this. Yeah, I can't. Okay. So every node that I make will have a parent, except for the root. And the root is the very first node you make. So then how do you do, like, different levels? Because wouldn't each level be children of that main root node? Wait, we're making... Oh, wait. Different roots for each scene. Each scene only has one tree, but you can have multiple scenes with multiple trees, effectively, right? Am I getting it right? Am I understanding? I think I'm understanding. I think I got it. Okay, turn timer. We are saying turn timer.start. And we're saying you can spawn and click on things. So theoretically, things are hooked up. Correct. Yes. Good. Oh, that deserves some check marks. There's my dopamine for the day. I'm getting told I'm a good boy by people that know things. All right. So are we going to cycle back between turns? Go to the villain turn. And then we go back to the player turn. Ooh. Ooh. All right, so our timer isn't restarting here. Why not? Dot start. I wish it would highlight things. I can never tell where it's trying to direct me to. Starts the timer. Sets wait time to time sec if time sec is greater than 0. This also resets the remaining time to wait time. Okay. Will not resume a pause timer. Wait time. Wait time in seconds. Paused. If true, the timer is paused and will not process until it is unpaused again, even if start is called. Okay. I mean, sure, that kind of makes sense. Timer will stop when reaching 0. So what is stop? Stops the timer. So I would assume start is the corollary to start, right? So this should be working. Timer.start is method. Oh, yes, I see that. Time sec float equals -1. Sets wait time to time sec if time sec is greater than 0. So this is an optional parameter then? That's what it seems like. So let's go back. I think I'm figuring things out, you guys. Godot is starting to make some amount of sense. All right, so we're going to go down. Symbols start falling. Villain turn goes. And then we should stop. Yes! Villain turn. Yes! 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 Oh, that feels so good. That feels incredibly good. Yay! It isn't optional. Okay, cool. Thank you. Right on. Okay. Cool. That's great. We can knock this off. Done. Great. Hold on. We got it. Bloop, bloop. What is that? What is that? Hold on. Control Z. We got to do this right. Whoop. There we go. That's a satisfying one. Okay. Enemy broadcast the intention. This is a part of building the UI, right? Enemy taking their turn. We actually did get that done. Enemy is taking their turn. And we are giving the turn back to the player. We actually got a lot done there. Sweet. Look at all that progress. Look at all that progress ahead of these critique sessions. That's good. I may get to spend time with my family tonight. Oh, hold on. We've got a phone call. I'll be right back. There we go. Unmuted. There we go. Thank you for your patience with that phone call. I messed up childcare today. I sent the kid to the wrong grandparent. Oops. Okay. So, my mom and dad, if you're watching, I'm sorry. I totally forgot today was Wednesday. I apologize. Okay. Enemy broadcast intentions. This is what we need to build next. This is a part of building out the UI, which is so exciting. We're at that point where we're building UI, and it's a whole new skill set that I don't know what to do here now. I saw that there is some sort of a draw event thing. So we need to go to that. There we go. Yeah, I'm starting to get the feel for Godot a little bit. I'm starting to kind of understand how it structures things. Yesterday was rough. Big shout out once again to Amanusis for helping me kind of grok that a little bit. A night's rest has helped solidify things a lot. It's still a little bit weird. Like, I feel like when I do a signal bust that, like, I'm doing it wrong somehow. Oh, and we do have ads starting soon, and just in time for this guy to start crying. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Thank you for your patience while we go through that ad and childcare break. It was great. So great seeing you all. Man, we've had a good time today. We've had a lot of good discussion. We've talked about critiquing. We've talked about market fit and marketing. We're making progress on things. Jack, you got a web version working. Nice. That's great. 2D Fighter, there's a plot. That's a plot to your next game and a good game name. Honey, I sent my kids to the wrong grandparents. Of a dad just like dashing across heavy traffic trying to get the schedule right. That would be a very funny game that would not work with the kids at all. It's one of those things that just like you won't really understand until you go through it. Oh, shoot. Okay. Hey, look at us. We've got a build going. We've got turns going back and forth. This is great. Obviously, it's, you know, the timers aren't dialed in correctly, but functionally, it's all working. That's the goal for the end of today. Are things functioning? So we need to have the enemy broadcasting their intentions in some way. And this is a part of building the UI. So really, we're just kind of doing this. Building the UI for this fight screen. Okay. Oh, man. Thank you for sharing all of your progress, by the way, on your Game Jam projects. It's very invigorating for me. Like I said, doing this is a lot of work. If you've never organized a Game Jam before, while trying to make a business and have a newborn at the same time, it's a lot. It's a lot of things to do all at the same time. So I admit, this morning was a little bit rough for me motivation-wise. And then seeing all of you working on things, it just, boy, I'm all charged up. Jack, I gotta go when you start critiquing, so if you could hold off until I'm back, that'd be great. Otherwise, if you're about to end and I'm not back, go ahead and critique it. I don't think I'll actually change anything, even if I'm there. Okay, that's just fine, Jack. Yeah, we'll put you on the bottom of the list, and we'll, you know, if we get to it before you get back, we'll go into our game analysis critique. And then after that, you know, hopefully you'll be back. And you just let me know, and we'll dive in. Thank you for letting me know. And if you can't make it, you know, like I said, we'll get the VOD to you, for sure. Okay. Great. Frabjus, Kalukale, Squiddly Wampus. Building UI. This is something I have not yet done in Godot. I saw that there is some sort of like, draw, like it yelled at me saying, hey, you can't draw lines outside of the draw function. Oh, Guy, you are having a tough day, huh? We just don't want to sleep at all, do we? What about the pacifier? Is that going to be helpful? Oh, what about that? We'll kind of change position a little bit. Okay. So, marking this out for myself, that this is where our draw begins. So, is it as simple as funky wonky draw? And now I can do draw. So can I do like draw? Draw text? Oh, Guy. Oh, so much gas, huh? Okay, so I'm not seeing any like draw texts. Animation slice arc character? Is that our text draw? Font. Ooh. Can I say, like, do I have to have a specific format, or can I just say railway? And then position dot x self dot position dot x, and then self. Oh wait, no, wait, hold on. Oh, it's a vector. Okay. Draw a string, and not the one on your drawers. Perfect, thank you. That makes perfect sense. String, not C string. Oh, that sounds like something. Your code actually looks readable. Imagine, what a world, Jack. What a world. It only took 6 months and many tutoring sessions from many people on the internet, but finally my code can actually be read. This is a red letter day. Okay. So we have font and position vector 2. So can I do like X? I assume I have to do like... Do I have to do a vector 2? I played around with this a little bit last night of learning what vector 2s are. I still don't really know what they are. It only took Godot, you mean, says Foolbox. Welcome in, you big box. How are ya? My code is so illegible, it's unbelievable. Hold on. There we go. Got a little palanquin just for the fez on the brim of the baseball cap. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Let's go to drawstring documentation. It was a good attempt at winging it. Void draw string. Doing good. More chaos was added to the stream with partial success. Were you working on your overlay today? Vector 2 is just an X and a Y. It's a position. What? No, it's not. A vector is a line. A vector is not a point. Excuse you? Aren't you the math guy? You should be with me on this one. A vector is not a point. Vector 3 is the same, but 3D. Yeah, and I did get to that part yesterday. So a vector is a point. No, it is not. Wait, hold on. Am I thinking of rays? Definition. A quantity having direction as well as magnitude, especially as determining the position of one point in space relative to another. Relative to another. Vector 2 is a point or a vector? No, its name is vector. It's a vector. If they wanted it to be a point, they would call it a point. It just holds values, so it can be either depending on what you define as. Then why is it called a vector? They mean vector as a data structure? Sounds the same as in GameMaker? You're all wrong. Vector data structure. Hold on. Is there an alternative definition of this word that I am unaware of? A one-dimensional data structure and all of its elements are of the same data type. Okay. A dynamic array that can grow and shrink as needed. It is a one-dimensional data structure. It can only store elements in a single row. Often used to store lists of data. Well, that's confusing as friggin' just... Come on! How would you store the position of a point? You say point! You say point! That's the thing. I'm doing a math course and have a module called Vector Calculus. I'm the most right here. Hey, I've taken my calculus courses too. I used to be a math major too. It's relative to 0, 0, the position on the screen, okay? So you can use it to represent a point, yes, but a point is a vector. A point is not a vector. No, there's no magnitude. There's no direction in a point. Relative to 0, 0 or 3490 is still a vector. Code the void. So what I'm hearing is me personally, have been thinking of vector structures wrong my entire life. No, a point is not a vector. A vector requires direction and magnitude. A point does not have direction and magnitude. That's the whole point of like the friggin' calculus is you determine the curve, right? Hey, Code, thanks for joining in. A point is just a vector relative to 0, 0. No, you're all wrong. You're all wrong. That is not what a vector is. I'm right. Everyone else is wrong. 2D vector using floating point coordinates. A two-element structure could be used to represent 2D coordinates or any other pair of numeric values. Uses floating point coordinates. By default, these floats... Okay, sure, yeah. Okay. Oh, you can set it to 0, 0, and that will be a bool. That's interesting. It's good to know. Okay. Loving the chaos and energy already. Oh, well, buckle in, Code. We got plenty more where that's coming from. It is a vector data structure. Yeah, see, that's the point. It's a vector data structure. It's not a vector. How are you supposed to know these things? Oh my gosh. Here's our daily rant on how code is inaccessible to the common person. How is anyone supposed to like grow up in taking math courses, learning what a vector is, and they come in here and they see vector, and then it's like a data structure with its own definition? That is not fair. You're missing the point. Oh, now you're banned. You're banned. Volmancer, contextually, point is a word for a vector that's not used for direction or magnitude. Just a point in time. Yeah, exactly. It could easily be a point in V4. Oh my goodness. Just a pair of numeric values. So any pair of numbers is a vector. No. A vector is magnitude. Okay, but a vector data structure, though, is different. A one-dimensional array. So why isn't it just called an array? Like, why are we calling it vector? What's the difference between vector and array? You could use a vector to store something else, too. But why would you? Like, isn't that just an array at that point? It's optimized? Optimized for what? Stop dividing your view of vector off of Despicable Me. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I have had vector running through my head a lot. Arrays are not resizable. Okay. Technically speaking, an array is fixed size. Sure, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Calculation and storing. Okay. So I see that they're different things, right? An array is like a box, and it is a fixed size. It is not going to spontaneously change on you. But a vector is more flexible and more optimized for storing that specific kind of expanding or shrinking data. Array lists are resizable, but vectors can be accessed individually, like myvector.x or myvector.y. Isn't that just the same as like saying my array at 0 and my array at 1? You'll be mad to know that in some programming languages you can use a vector like an array or a list. Well, I mean, that makes sense though, based on what I'm seeing the definition of, like the actual technical definition. That makes sense to me. Vectors are structures, whereas Godot doesn't have arrays, but calls lists arrays, which aren't structures, so take up more memory and are slower. Okay, very interesting. Vectors are structures, like keyword structure, right? Not like a word we just use. Like that's a keyword. That is a specific thing. Whereas Godot doesn't have arrays, but calls list arrays, which aren't structs. Okay. It's more clear what you're accessing, and you can definitely use myArrayList0, myArrayList1. You're absolutely right, though. Okay. There's very little that's faster than calling a position in an array. Okay. All right. And so I would assume it would be something similar for vector then, right? There's also packed array. Amniosis. We were just finding common ground here. We were just barely getting on the same page. Why are you throwing more wrinkles into this? Packed arrays that have specific data. I've been seeing stuff in Godot about something being packed. I still don't really know what packed means. It sounds like that's something I need to pick up on, though. Packed vector 2? Oh, boy. Vectors are half the time of your jam. Oh, goodness. You're all great. You're all fun. You're great. Okay, packed vector 2 array. Wow. Okay. So if this is relative to 0, 0, then we want it to be like over the character's head. We could do, I would imagine, something like self.position.x, right? Is that going to work? And then self.position.y, and then minus like 50, right? Mainly for scenes, you pack them so you can store them for later. This is sounding like food storage now. I think I'm getting the wrong idea. FYI, all draw instructions are drawn relative to the node it's drawn in, so local coordinates. Okay. So vector 2 in general is relative to 0, 0. But when you're doing it inside of a draw, it will localize it to the node it's in. Is that right? And whatever the origin of that node is. Apparently those take almost no space, can be good for saving data. Okay. Like if you wanted to save a ghost in a racing game. Okay. They're very efficient. It's what's used a lot in the back end. Okay. All right. Learning lots of stuff. See, this is why I harp on language, so you guys get frustrated and teach me. I'm getting all of your different computer science courses distilled and fed to me Mama Bird style. through the power of outraging people on the internet. Okay, no, this is incredibly helpful. Thank you, all of you, for contributing your valuable expertise. You've spent way longer than I have trying to accrue. It is unfair that I get the distilled version. Mechanical engineering here, though. Oh my goodness, wow, crazy. Is that your pre-game life, Foolbox? Mechanical engineering? Things all fall at the same speed. Oh yeah, let's not get into that. It was. Okay, Block Shop makes a lot of sense that was the game that you built. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. In the draw function of any node, it treats the node as 0, 0. The drawing is basically a child of the node. Okay. Okay, so we don't even need self-position X, right? We just do like 0 and then -50, right? If I'm understanding that correctly. And railway is not... Okay, so how do I get the font? And then we're gonna go to using the mouse left-handed. This is fine. Everything's fine. Where's drawstring? Oh, come on. I know you're in here. Did I really not? Okay. I'm a mechanical engineering major too. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. And none of us know who Anonymous is. All of us who were on the stream yesterday, none of us were aware who Anonymous is. Anti-school gang. Oh, shoot. Very, very cool. Grumble Pugs, yes. Yeah, he was in here earlier. I don't know if he's still hanging around or not, but yeah. He's not here. Bummer. Bummer. Yeah. Grumble Pugs, we shouted him out earlier. He's making a game called Megabat about a fruit bat with powers escaping from a scientific facility. He's great. Does a lot of really cool streams. This is a great channel for learning stuff you'd learn in a computer science major. It's all free and really good for fundamentals. Nice. I've heard that like Harvard also has their computer science course just free online. Nesso Academy, 2.5 million subscribers. Wait a minute, was that the GameMaker guy? Hold on. Wait a minute. That looks like the same dude.
Worried about AI taking...
No, I'm not. Go away. Be gone. Where's the face cam? I need a face cam. You had a thumbnail of your face. Is this the guy? Are you gonna like credit who is doing the thing? That has to be Jarpreet Singh. Jaspreet Singh. Hold on. Jaspreet Singh. Is this guy everywhere? No, that's not you. Are you? No, that's a different guy. Dang it. Who is the guy that does the tutorials on GameMaker? Because I know it was like an independent guy that they brought in-house. Apparently there's a lot of Jaspreet Singhs, and I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly. This is gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna go baddie. Okay, hold on. Okay, this guy. We're taking a detour into the browser. My project will not need to be built, but this needs to be solved. Hold on. YouTube. This guy, right? Right? That guy. And then this guy? Well, now that I'm looking at him side by side. I don't know. Those glasses are so distinctive. Is the facial hair the same? No, wait. This guy looks like his facial hair goes out a little bit more on the mustache, but it could just be a longer mustache. Dang it. I don't know. That looks like the same dude. Am I wrong? Dang it. Listen, I'm either right or I'm going to look like crazy racist. I'm not a fan of that second option. But it looks very... I mean, he's got the same facial hair style and everything. Okay, that's a good frontal picture. Compare it. No, different glasses. Maybe a rounder face. No, God, it looks I don't know. It seems like the same dude. Everyone looks the same. Oh, isn't that the truth? My wife and I were mistaken for siblings once. That was fun. Okay. Have I played Megabat yet? I haven't played Megabat yet. I didn't know there was a playable version out. Fullbox, take care. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see ya. You sent the critique thingy. Yes. Awesome, Ariel. Thank you. MIT has a lot of free courses on YouTube, but I'm not sure how immediately relevant to this they'd be. Okay, very cool, Code. Thank you. It does have a demo. I didn't know that. Well, that needs to be one of our analysis games we do. Son of a biscuit. It is great. I mean, I watch him develop it all the time. He does good work. Like, he's a legit developer. He's really good. Not like me. He's building multiplayer into this for reasons. He the other day was just like, I just want to like see if I can. And then it's just been like, I think I'm going to do it. Oh. All right. There we go. That was my Steam, not yours. Okay. Goodness gracious, child. You are having a tough morning, huh? This is just a toughie. How's that? Do you want some more food? Okay. 9 out of 10, it's really good. It seems really good. I'm very excited to try that out. Younger and older, years apart. Really? You think so? I wish I had the picture still up. What game is that? Yeah, that was Megabat. Yes. Siblings or dating is a real thing. Same guy for sure, says 2D Fighter. And I know you're a GameMaker aficionado. You've been in touch with the GameMaker. Networking is cool, I promise. Where's Nurkmind? We're summon Nurkmind. I didn't even notice the baby until he started screaming. I'm glad you didn't notice the baby, because he's a good baby. But also, it could be a little distracting. I wouldn't blame anyone for saying, I don't want to be in a stream with a crying baby. That 3D Underground one didn't look like... 3D Underground one? What are we talking about? This one? This is Megabat. And then we've got Nesso Academy that was up. But I don't think that was a game. There may have been a YouTube ad or something. Had base building. I don't know. May have been a YouTube ad. Also, speaking of 3D game with base building, check out Kingmakers. This thing is wild. This is what happens if...
where he came from. But I'll tell you, he built our village into a city.
Base building.
He's the one who trained our army.
So this is the classic, if you went back in time, what would you do? And this guy was like, I'm just going to bring every gun in the world. So this looks fun. Kingmakers. They posted a thing in Reddit of all of their past games and how they kind of failed and didn't fail and how it all kind of led to Kingmakers and getting 1 million wish lists and all sorts of crazy stuff. So this is definitely one to keep an eye on. They got published by Tiny Build, which they've been very, very happy about. So let's see. There's one thing in particular I want to show because I thought it was the funniest thing. Oh man, do they not have it? Is it a GIF or something down here? I don't know. There was one thing where it was like, all those who stand against him will fall, and then just like this Ford truck just plows through a portal and mows through an entire army of knights. Oh my gosh. Anyways, that's Kingmaker. Throw that link in chat. We do have ads starting in a little minute. And then we're going to jump into our critiques. Ariel, I think you submitted for critique, right? Oh, we have 3 responses for critique now. Wow. Ariel as well as GameMaker 2D Fighters. Perfect. Okay. Great. We'll do those 2, and then if Jack is back by then we'll do Jack. And if Jack isn't back by then, we're going to jump into our analysis game for the day, which I'm very excited about. So with that being said, thank you so much everyone for hanging out today. It has been so great. I've loved this. It's been so great. Don't go anywhere. We're about to jump into critiques. It's going to be a good time. By observing critiques and helping to contribute to critiques, you build your own sense of design. You build your own ability to digest things and communicate about them. It's valuable. Stick around. You're going to want to, and then also you'll want to see what game we are digesting for the end of the stream. So with that, we'll talk to you later. Bye. Take care, Karazes. Thank you so much for hanging out so late. I know it's very late your time. Have a great rest. Good to see ya. Okay, welcome back. How are we? Okay, this is great. So, we're going to dive into our critiques now. We've got 3 people who've signed up. This is lovely. 3 people who are now eligible for the most growth category for the Game Jam. All right, this guy's falling asleep. I'm gonna see if I can lay him down real quick. Eyes are open. He seems peaceable. Got some crying. Hold on. Okay. Pacifier is engaged. We may be good. We may get lucky. All right. Let's dive in. Great. So we're going to start off with our good friend, Ariel. Because they have sent me their thing on Discord. So, let's dive on in here. I need to add Microsoft Word. How do I do this? Window capture. MS Word. You already guessed it. Good. Lovely. And we're just gonna shrink-a-dink. There we go. And then you come down below the artwork. Good. All right. Let's dive in. So Ariel submitted this, saying that they're looking for feedback on the GDD quality and the gameplay and the way the player interacts with the game. So we're going to be looking at a couple of different things here. Let me shrink this actually a little bit so we can have access to our whiteboard on the side. So I can actually draw in this. So we're looking at GDD quality, and we're looking at gameplay design. So this is going to be documentation. It's going to be game design analysis. I'm saying this mostly for myself to get it drilled into my head on what sort of mode of thinking I need to be in. Okay, got my Apple Pencil, got my pineapple pen, and we're right here. Okay, so let's dive in. So to start off with, packet overload design document created by Nalzarin/Alex K, version 0.1, April 1st, 2024. It's fine. As you progress along in your documentation and along the maturity of the project, I'd expect to see this become more and more punchy, right? This is a cover page, so its purpose is to entice me to keep reading. So we just want to, really hit that hard. Eventually you'll get a logo, throw that logo in. Obviously, we're not at that fidelity. We're at version 0.1. This is perfectly fine. Table of contents, packet overload design document, introduction, scope, development tools, specs, concept. Okay. I'm a little confused with how scope is coming before these things, but I'm sure it'll make sense as we dive in. Concept, genre, inspiration, story, game structure. A lot of these things feel very similar to me, like concept, genre, inspiration, and story. I guess they are different, but it feels very similar to me. And also, I don't know why Word is saying that. Okay, whatever. Game structure, objective, score, and losing. I like that you're detailing score. That is a problem that a lot of immature designers do, where they just say there will be a scoring system, and they don't really talk about how that's actually going to function. That's good. That's very encouraging to see. Scope of the document. Okay, got it. Hold on. Go to sleep. All right. Having a kid, I all of a sudden understand a lot more like the Victorian era parents where they're like, oh, just give your child some heroin to go to sleep. Okay. Graphics, art style, sound, gameplay, navigation. Weird the gameplay is below the others. But I don't know that there's a reason why it shouldn't be. I just always assume gameplay is going to be first. But I think it's kind of like turning the atlas upside down, right? So south is north. There's no reason why. It's just a bias I have, I guess. Just go to sleep. That's right. That's the next game. Oh my gosh. It's the sequel to the Burn It With Fire Spiders game, right? It's just do anything you can to get the kid to go to sleep. Navigation. Interesting. Packets. Examining packets. And server load. Okay, so I'm kind of getting the feeling just from reading the introduction or the table of contents here that this game is about navigating through different packets, examining them, and then something about a server load. I don't know how those things connect quite. I can imagine that based on what you've told me, I have a little bit of bias because you've explained things a little bit to me that as you let things through, there will be a server load you have to manage. Or maybe it will be if there are too many packets that you have not examined, then that will overload things. So that's kind of where my brain is going. Took the original GDD of GTA 1 and copied its structure. Wow, that's crazy. Up is down was a common phrase in my high school AP physics course. Oh my goodness, there you go. Up is down, and so is the enemy's gate. Okay. And time. I'm assuming time is actually like timeline or a roadmap or something. I'd expect some sort of like a Trello or a Gantt chart or something over there. Okay, let's dive into the actual doc. This document is a design for the gameplay of the game with the work in progress title, Packet Overload. It's based on an idea that was thought up during the Foxhollow Jam on April 1st, 2024. It's so weird seeing that, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. Basically, get rid of the pesky negative sign until you're done. Just don't forget to put it back. Oh, that's hilarious. Physics was the only course that I withdrew from in my college career. I saw every other course through to completion, but man, physics broke my brain. As soon as I learned the people that win tug of war are not the people who pull the hardest, but the people with the most, like, friction against the ground, it was just, no, my brain's out. I can't do this. This document is intended to be read by anyone interested in the design, implementation, and testing of Packet Overload. Okay. Dev tools. So this feels a little bit weird to me, I'm not going to lie. And we're talking about document structure and document critique, right? So that your target audience, you're saying here, is anyone interested in the design, which to me means like it's going to be a lot more marketing heavy. It's going to be a lot more around, less about speccing things out and more about maybe talking about what decisions you made and why, right? In fairness, you can't pull hard if you don't have good friction. Yeah, there you go. Packet Overload will be created in Godot version 4.2, mono version. That is using C#. Wonder if you could just get rid of that is. Just mono version using C#. The idea of choice, the IDE of choice is Visual Studio 2022 Community Edition. Okay. Specs, concept. The aim of Packet Overload is to produce a game where players manage an overwhelming influx of packets as a data analyst. Okay. Genre puzzle, simulations, single player, difficult, and retro. Retro is a genre. Inspiration, Papers, Please, SCP Universe, console applications that I create on a regular basis. Okay. I'm not totally sure what that means. Like, console applications that I create on a regular basis, me as a reader, I don't have like an anchor for that. I don't know what that means. Story. The game is set in an alternative universe, 80s, inside a corporation where the player is a system administrator and data analyst. And they are tasked with analyzing all incoming packets to the server. Okay, so this is a good, I mean, and I know English is not your first language. So first off, very impressive you're doing this as well as you are. This game is set in an alternate universe 80s. Feels a little bit awkward on my tongue. No, I just want to copy the text, please. Okay, I'm going to bring that over here. So instead of game is set in an alternate universe 80s, you could say, and the difference here is going to be subtle. Set in an alternate universe during the 80s, right? And then if you wanted to, if you got really good at storytelling, you could get to the point probably where you just say during the 80s. And if the rest of everything is communicating an alternate universe, you probably don't need to say it's in an alternate universe, right? So that will condense your word count, make it easier to read, and people will stick with the document longer. Code the Void, I know, right? It's not notice. Sorry, I just realized they're on YouTube, not on Twitch. They can't really see this. This author's first language isn't English. Dang, didn't even notice. Well done, author. I completely agree. All right, actually, funny thing, I forgot to change it, but you can't export mono to web build. So I'm just using default Godot with GD script. I'm not a fan of it. Oh, okay, all right. And just another thing here, if we're talking story, one of the key elements of every story is drama. Right now, there's no drama in this. This is a job. This is a task you're supposed to do. The drama would be they have to manage incoming packets before the server overloads, or else like their family is shot or something, right? You know, Papers, Please, right? Bring the drama in. It's I Love Lucy's Chocolate Factory sketch, right? It's not about sorting chocolate. It's about, oh no, I can't sort fast enough. Bring in the tension. Get me interested here. Game structure. There will be a console interface, which is the playable area itself. Oh, a console. Okay, so when you say console applications you create on a regular basis, I thought that was like Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo. Like, that's the kind of console I was thinking. So now I understand it's like command line console. Okay, got it. Which is the playable area itself. The player navigates the console by inputting commands such as open, delete, accept, etc. Okay, missing a comma right there. During the game, different data packets will appear in the console, and the job of the player is to check those packets for inconsistencies, such as unusually large file size, inconsistent dates, corrupted data, abnormal behavior, if the packet is malformed. This seems like it should be a new sentence. Corrupted data and abnormal behavior, period. If the packet is malformed, comma, the player must delete it. Otherwise, the player accepts it. Yeah, that sentence could be reworded a little bit. Like, if the packet is malformed... If the packet is malformed, the player must delete it. Otherwise, the player accepts it. So, you could reword this to be, once again, more dramatic, more punchy, easier to read. It could be something like, the player must make moment-to-moment decisions to accept or reject or delete the packet. However, if it is malformed, then X bad thing could happen. You know, and that's poorly written. I'm sure my dad is rolling over in his Twitch chat right now. But, you know, you get the idea here, right? You can bring in a little bit of that story, bring in the drama, bring in the stakes, and make it feel a little more readable at the same time. Okay, score. Okay. I was looking at these headers, and this like 3.2 leading directly into the words feels a little bit weird. I think it's because the rest of them have 2 dot, 3 dot. So we have 3.1 and then just a space to concept. It feels like there should maybe be like a, you know, a dash or something in here. Sorry, that's my computer, not yours. You know, like a dash or a semicolon or something, or a colon, I don't know. We'll try to have a GDD next go. All right, good luck, 2D Fighter. Yeah, for the objective, I really need to know, like, what are the stakes of the objective? Like, why am I doing this objective? Score. The game has a score system. You can delete those words. It's implied by saying you have a score section. The player scores when he keeps the server running smoothly, quickly resolves packets, and for each consecutive correct packet, the player gains a score modifier to the score. Period. New sentence. When player accepts a malformed packet, they lose a part of the score and the score modifier. Okay. So it's a score attack game. It's like Dance Dance Revolution. You want to have like long runs of correct things. Given the punctuation format, I'd argue in favor of a dash and removing the dot from the top level titles. I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that code. The player loses if the server overloads, which you haven't described how that happens yet. I don't think, right? I'm not remembering anything about saying, how does the server overload? And that's where you would really want that detail here. Or the player consecutively accepts several malformed packets, effectively crashing the server. Okay, so if you take too long, I imagine, and these things build up, or if you make too many mistakes in a row. So and these are questions that I start to have. Like, if I was a developer trying to implement this, I would think, okay, so am I looking for sequential losses where if you do 3 malformed packets in a row, you lose? Or is it just 3 malformed packets at all? And they're like lives, and you lose a life when you accept something you shouldn't. So if you do 2 that are wrong, and then you do 1 that's right, does that reset it? Graphics, art style. The game effectively has no art style. That's not true, since it's a simulation of a console application. That's your art style. It's the simulation of the console application. That's your art style. Having only text on a black screen. That's an aesthetic. Don't say you don't have art. You do. One would consider the art style to be retro computer console. Absolutely. Get rid of one would consider. The art style is retro computer console through text on a black screen. And you can even, like, here's the thing. When you get really into art and good design, you start talking about, like, how we're going to use black and white instead of dark green and light green, right? You could do, you could talk about why you're choosing those specific colors. You could talk about why you're choosing the font that you're choosing. All of these things are relevant. How much white space are you going to be giving things? How, all of these things are going to matter. I think consecutive is self-explanatory. So if 3 in a row or failures equals crash, if correct, reset. So it could be, right? For each consecutive correct packet, the player gains a score modifier. When player accepts a malformed packet, he loses a part of the score and the score modifier. But there's nothing in here about that. I mean, I get that there's this losing section below, but it feels so disconnected that my brain isn't making that connection. The player loses if the server overloads, or the player consecutively accepts several, and several is a little rough. I want to know, like, how many malformed packets effectively crashing the server. So, I mean, so you're right. It did give me the idea, but there was doubt. And that may have just been me. It could be, most people may see that and not have that doubt, but I did. Don't sell yourself short. Sell what you offer, not what you don't. Absolutely, Code. Yeah, 100%. Okay, sound. Soundscape will be reminiscent of an old IBM 5150. Very specific. I like that. It tells me you're doing research. You know what you're talking about. You're an expert. Builds trust. With the switch sounds on top of the usual sounds a running computer would make, such as humming of fans, clanking of the hard drive, scanner, thingy. You probably want to replace the word thingy. Once again, that lowers your trust. This one built it up a lot. Mechanical keyboard typing sounds, missing an and there. When examining packets, when an anomalous event occurs, computer noise sounds. I'm not totally sure what this sentence is trying to say. Is that when sounds trigger? I'm not totally sure. Man, I had a thought, and it went away. It had to do with building trust. It's gone. I don't know. Maybe it'll come back. Gameplay, navigation. Player must input commands inside the console to navigate the game. Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I was talking about sound choice. Once again, this is good design, right? Because you could have just chosen any sort of sounds, and you could have just said it's going to sound like an old computer. But the fact that you went so specific and said the switch sounds on top of the usual sounds tells me you're being very deliberate about how this is going to go down, and that gets me really excited. That tells me you are someone who is talented and knows what they're doing. When a malformed packet contains an anomalous event, it's going to do weird noises. Oh, okay, see, that sentence makes more sense than this sentence does, and other abnormal things. So you could have another thing in here, like saying, when anomalous events occur as detailed in the gameplay section, the soundscape shifts to, whatever it is, whether it's going to be like an ethereal, like this feels weird, like aliens, or paranormal. I don't know. Can I backseat something for the comments you're giving? Please, Code. Absolutely. This is an open space. Players must input commands inside the console to navigate the game. There are multiple available commands to help the player correctly appraise the packets. You've used evaluate a couple of times in the past, I think, or examine. Just, once again, try and use consistent language where possible so that I don't have to think very much. These are the nitpicky little things that differentiate between good things and great things. It's always in the details, and it's mind-numbing, and it's very frustrating. Commands, work in progress, fair. Help, list all available commands, back. Okay, I like that you've got all of these detailed out. That's good. And that it's not just like there will be commands to do this. That's good. There's a review tab in the Office apps that will let you add comment to the document. Oh, can I do it in non-edit mode? Yeah, it looks like it's disabled. I don't think I have an active license for it. Because it may not work for this use case. Okay. These line lengths are a little long. Let me knock that down a little bit. Make it a little more legible. Okay. Sorry, I've been taught to diversify my word use, so use synonyms instead of repeating. I mean, that's fair, right? I mean, if you're doing like a narrative writing, I think that's very fair. But if you're looking for clear communication, then consistent language is better. If you're trying to bring a player in with your story, absolutely diversify your word sets, use your thesaurus. But if you're going for clear communication, so that everyone can very obviously understand what you're saying, I would advocate for a consistent language. Technically speaking, you have a free license to use the online version, but I'm in the same boat without a desktop license. Just too expensive to be worth it. There you go. There you go. Okay. Packets. The main object in the game, a packet, is a formatted unit of data carried over a network. For the purposes of the game, the packet information is simplified. A typical packet has the following structure. You have the sender, the recipient. Definition types of different types of packets carry distinct types of data, such as text messages, files, system commands. Also, sorry, another thing I'm getting back to. You mentioned anomalous events. If there's going to be some sort of twist to this, I want to know it early on, because that is going to help me. Like if I'm a publisher and I'm trying to evaluate this to see, is this something that we want to take on? I need to know you have something clever down the line. If you're going to make me wait for it, I may never discover it. Size of the packet. Payload contains the actual data. So this is type and this is content. Got it. And then the timestamp, okay? Player must check all the components of the packet and determine whether it is anomalous or not. There will be a separate file of banned and dangerous source addresses that the player must keep track of and discard any packets coming from them, okay? True, but I also wanted to keep it a secret before submitting. I mean, that's fair. You're not pitching to a publisher, right? And it sounds like you've got a feel for that. Just, there's that feedback, and you can do with that what you will. There will be a separate file of banned and dangerous source addresses, right? A separate file of destination addresses that the server has. The player must make sure the destination address matches. Must examine both the packet type and the payload content to determine the status of the packet. The player must make sure that the packet size does not fall out of the acceptable range, depending on the type. Text message packet must not exceed a maximum of 1 meg. Okay. Make sure that the timestamp of the packet is correct. Sent in the previous hour and cannot be older and newer than the current time. Is that game time or like my time on my thing? What's the deadline for submitting for critique for today? It's up and we've got another hour and a half. So if you get here for that next hour and a half, it'll be good. Or you can go for Thursday. Thursday? No. Saturday. That's when the next session is. Official start time, April 1st for version 2 of the document. Okay, cool. So this is like a version history, not a time. In-game time. Okay, cool. So this seems really cool. There's some questions I have. First off, I'm very excited about the kind of papers, pleasey type sort of thing. Hey, Fallon here. Good to see you. How you doing, friend? We are doing critique and analysis of Game Jam submissions. This is someone's GDD that they've sent. They're looking for feedback on the document as well as the game design itself. So we're going through that. Server load. You're right. I did forget the server load. Player must keep track of the number of packets that are on the server. If the server has too many packets, it'll overload, triggering a game over. The more packets present on the server, the more difficult the server running will be. Characterized mainly by sound. I like that you're incorporating audio design into the gameplay. Very good. Such as faulty disk sounds, strange computer noises, occasional glitch here or there, or some other strange thing. Wink, wink, wink. Okay. Okay. So some questions that I have. How do packets accrue? Is it time-based? And if so, how long? How many do you expect to be on screen at any given point? And I know my GDD is not the perfect example of all this. My GDD would definitely be in need of a good critique if I wanted it to be read by other people. What is the interface going to look like? So I know we go in and check packets, but like what does that look like? Do I open it up into a new window? Is it going to be a pop-up thing? Am I going to be able to hold these other files open at the same time? Or am I going to have to like bounce in and out of different files? That back and forth is a part of the gameplay. So I need to know, am I going to be able to have all this information up and I'm just cross-referencing it? Since it's command line, I'm assuming I'm going to have to load up a file and then quit it and go back into a new file. Like if I want to check, is this of an address that's appropriate? Then I'm going to be going in and then back out to check that. I'm having to retain that information in memory and then go back. So not only do I have the information that I'm trying to remember, and that address, depending on how long the address is, could be quite long. I don't know. So I'm needing to remember what that address is. And then also I need to remember the file name, the packet name, excuse me. So those are potentially very long pieces of information. I want to know, what does like a packet name look like? How are you envisioning this? In your opinion, would it be a good idea to include a screenshot of the interface? If it were available, yes. And if it's not available, then I would advocate even just for doing little sketches. Like if we could just do, you know, little lines for the command line. And then, you know, oh, you also have like this window that has, you know, more information on it. And you can have multiple of these up. Or not, you know, it's literally just the thing. We're in ads. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's dive in. Okay. I have a couple ideas in my mind. Have a static amount of days with progressively increasing packet amount, like in Five Nights at Freddy's, okay? Or have infinite days and randomized packets with occasional events, okay? Cool. Yeah, I can see either of those working. And yes, you're generally correct. You have the list of packets. They have randomized names, with some packets having readable words. You got to open the packet, check all the data on it, then go back. Okay. So yeah, then I'd also want to know, on top of what the data is, what is the format this is going to take, right? Because if we're looking at destination, if this is like an IP address, then you're having to remember a large string of numbers. And you have to keep that in memory along with the file name. And is the file name going to be meaningful, or is it going to be like 1204508? And you're going to have like 1204508.3 and 1240587. Like, that's going to be really hard to distinguish. So that's my main concern. Are people going to have enough really good text design to be able to remember where they are and jump back and forth easily without having to pull out a piece of paper and write stuff down? Unless you want that to be a part of your gameplay. I think that would be fun. Say, this game is best played with a piece of paper and pen. You're generally correct. You have the list of packets. They have randomized names. Okay, randomized names, that's what I get worried about. With some packets having readable words. You got to open the packet, check all the data on it, and then go back. Okay, and then also, what is the packet going to look like? If we go over here. Is it just going to be like name, colon, thing, and then like type, colon, thing? Or is it going to be just kind of this big string of stuff that's not going to be formatted and you kind of have to parse through it? Both of those could be fine, but recognize that if you're going this sort of a route, if it's not very intelligible and easy to remember, then you are now incorporating extra difficulty into the game and to calibrate that appropriately. That's what you actually want. You want them to bring a pen and paper. Okay, so then I would also make sure that that's getting called out in the GDD. This game is meant to be played with pen and paper. It is people are supposed to be writing things down. Code the Void. This is a personal interpretation and opinion. It sounds like the specific amount of packets and events in a day is great for a story or arcade mode, while the endless mode is a pretty common addition to the other idea. Could be. I don't know if the game jam or their schedule allows for both or either. Yeah, I mean, the game jam is fine. So the theme for the game jam is overload, right? And so that's, I'm getting that a lot of like overloading the player, overloading the server. I like that. I like that we're kind of bringing in multiple things. And Miller's Law is the design principle we're trying to emphasize. So you are actively dealing with a lot of short-term memory. And I think that's really powerful. I think you're hitting the theme really hard. That's great. The first variant, I want it to be hard, but not frustratingly hard. So a lot of that is going to come down to, and this is when I get really excited. When the UI design of the game actively like scales the difficulty, I think that's very neat. You could even have different difficulty modes where like easy is stuff is formatted for you. And then hard is like you kind of have to manually sort through everything. I think that could be fun. That's just me. Once again, we talk about the dangers of, it would be cool all the time. So yeah, you have the formatting to dial in the difficulty. You have your time length to dial in the difficulty, the amount of packets needed before the server goes. You have a lot of levers you can pull to tune in that difficulty. I think you've got a lot of stuff to work with there to find something that's going to work. Although you could have a setting to make it harder by having raw data. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Code the Void. With the theme of overload, I'd vote in favor of the endless mode. Yeah. I mean, so you're just inevitably going to fail at some point. So let's bring this into Octalysis, and we've been in this for a long time, but I want to do an Octalysis analysis real quick. Let me grab in our fever dream notes we've got everywhere else. There we go. There's an Octalysis. Let's bring this in over here. Okay. Okay. So, epic meeting. Judging purely based on the GDD, it's pretty low. But that's because you're hiding things from me. Once we start getting into whatever weird paranormal sort of thing is happening, all of a sudden I get a lot more interested. I have a lot more epic meaning. Empowerment. You are ripping empowerment away from the player in a very large degree intentionally. And I think that's very clever. A lot of this is going to come down to like how snappy is the interface. Like if you force load times in between jumping in and out of these files and stuff, if they have to wait for text to get printed across the screen, that could get really frustrating. That's an area of concern for me. It could work. It could work to deliberately frustrate the player, but you got to be very careful and really know what you're doing. So empowerment, I'd say, is a little bit low, but if you bring in that pen of paper, it kind of, shifts up a little bit. It becomes a little more interesting to me. Social influence, pretty much nothing. There's not really anything social about this. You're not going to be sharing this with your friends, except for, well, okay, you know what? I take it back. Because if the story is kept under wraps, and there is that sort of meta-narrative, and it's well done, this becomes a meme, and is very, very high. Right? So it could be either nothing or very high. It's totally going to depend on execution. Unpredictability, pretty darn high. You don't know what packets are coming in. You don't know what data it's coming in. Avoidance, I'm going to assume this is pretty high. I'm assuming this is going to be sort of horror-ish. You've mentioned Five Nights at Freddy's. You're going to avoid not only losing. You don't want to lose. You don't want to lower your score. But also, you don't want to, have to change your pants. That's a pretty strong avoidance. Scarcity. It sounds like the biggest scarcity you're going for is time and memory. So, I think that's decent, actually. I think that's kind of okay. It's not crazy high, but it's pretty good. And then depending on the implementation, once again, depending on how you execute on this, it could end up going all that. First and last name are showing when hovering over the image. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Code. I appreciate that. I share updates on everything on LinkedIn for Fox Hollow Games. I share about the Game Jam on LinkedIn, so like it's tied to me. People are gonna figure out who I am. It's fine. Ownership sounds like it's gonna be kind of nothing. Ownership being like, this is my version of the game. Server load is also a scarcity. That's a good point. I'm gonna bump that up a little bit. Ownership, I don't see any way to like say this is my version of packet overload. I'm not, unless you have like little, move it away from just being the console and now you have like a monitor with the console on it, and then you have like little dashboard trinkets you can put on, or some way to personalize it. But there's not a whole lot of individualization here, right? And that's understandable. It's a game jam. That's not the point of the game, but it's just to write it down. Thank you, Code. I appreciate it. Accomplishment, I do think is actually going to be pretty high, because you're going to be jumping back and forth. You're going to be juggling a lot of things. You've got a couple of different plates spinning at the same time, right? You've got the server, and then you've got the packet combo, for lack of a better word. Combo. Try and read that. Okay. Packet combo, and then if I like the game, I might actually introduce a 3D environment. That'd be cool. Too much work for this jam. Totally get it. So you've got the server you're trying to handle, the packet combo you're trying to handle, and then the accuracy of the packets you are trying to decide on reinforces the server. And then the pressure of getting the server right reinforces back into the packet tension. So I think you actually have some very good dramatic tension cycles here, right? We talk about dramatic tension cycles all the time. You are going to be kind of starting off probably around here, and then you're probably, like every time you accept a packet, it's going to go down a little bit, and then it'll slowly build up, and then you kind of, and then if you're not careful, people might be able to get it all under control. So a big point of what your design is going to have to make sure it accounts for is that instead of winding down, there's always pressure more than the player can reasonably handle. So it goes up and up and up and up and up, right? But I think you've got a clever design. I think you've got a lot of good interconnected systems that are going to work pretty well. Of course, it's hard to really tell until we get our hands on it. That's what prototype testing is for. But as far as the design goes, I've talked about the concerns that I have, but I don't think they're unaddressable concerns, nor do I think they're game-changing concerns. I think that it's all enhancements, and I think this is a very clever approach. That's pretty much what I've got to say, Ariel. I think it's very clever. I like it. For atmosphere and spooky factor, yeah. Jack, welcome back. Good to see ya. Okay, and 2D Fighters, I did see your new build. Not the one on top, this one here. I'm downloading it right now. Ariel, do you have any other thoughts or questions that you want to get feedback on before we jump over to GameMaker 2D Fighters build? I'm going to start unzipping this while I wait for you to respond. Okay. This is too fast. Too fast, 2D Fighters. Hopefully I'll get a rough prototype ready for today or tomorrow, and I'll send it over to you. You can get your hands dirty then. That sounds awesome. I'd love to do that, Ariel. Cool. All right. Well, that was Packet Overload. Thank you so much, Ariel, for submitting that and for signing up for the critique. I should have mentioned at the very beginning, and I didn't. The act of creating and submitting it out into the world is a courageous one. It is something that requires braveness? Bravity? Courage? It requires courage. So just creating and getting it out there is a big deal. Much more so soliciting critiques. Critique is bravery. There you go. Soliciting critiques is a very, very scary thing to do. Thank you, Ariel. Yeah, bravery. We got it. We got there eventually. And so big thank you to everyone who is willing to put themselves on the line and be vulnerable and get critiques. It is helpful for me. I believe it's helpful for everyone who's watching. So thank you for being willing to do that. I'm excited about this. Very excited. Okay. That was Packet Overload. We're going to jump into GameMaker 2D Fighters. And 2D Fighters, you were a little tongue-in-cheek in your form submission. I'm assuming you're the one that said, what are you hoping to get feedback on? You said parenting. So I'm just going to do a general critique. If you want me to zoom into something specifically, I recommend you type it out in chat. Okay, we're going to jump to our game because he sent over a prototype built in GameMaker. We're going to pause the music because we need to experience it as created. Okay. Let's get this all running. GameMaker is opening right now. It is just going to take a smidgen. In fact, I can jump over to GameMaker. Let's bring that up. Oh, actually, no. Control Z. GameMaker is good. Okay, and then play needs to be different. Okay, so I'm going to hit play on this. Just a growth build. I don't know what a growth build means. Okay. So let me throw this on. Nope, that's the wrong one. GameMaker. Come on. Why are we not capturing? There we go. Got it. Okay. Okay. So here's our prototype for... You monster. Can't believe you're forcing me to say this on the stream. Honey, I think I sent the baby to the wrong grandparent. All right, you play as an alien dad trying to get his baby back from the humans that was mistaken for grandparents. Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf. What is this? You have to pick up flash chips before your sanity runs out and you overload. Oh dear. When you overload, you teleport randomly. J to jump. Okay. It looks like I have clipped into the ground. Let me restart this here. Oh dear, what have you gotten me into, 2D Fighter? WASD. Okay. A for left, D for right, and then J for jump. Whoa, you get a big jump. My goodness. And it's okay. So it's jeez, where am I going? What's happening? Looks like 2.5D. It does look like 2.5D because of the perspective of the artwork that's being used. However, it is GameMaker, so it's exclusively 2D. Okay, so I'm definitely teleporting all over the place. So, okay. Thoughts. I don't know where I'm trying to get to. I don't know if there is an objective at this point in the prototype. There's a lot of stuttering. Like, I'm holding in D right now, and I'm just going to right? So that's something to refine. Of course, it's a prototype, and you haven't given me anything you want specific feedback on, so I'm going general. The jump is very floaty, but that's not necessarily a problem, right? As long as the levels in the world are designed to accommodate that. The teleporting is a little frustrating. I'd love to have... and this is where the GDD would be helpful. Like, what sort of emotions are you trying to elicit? If you want it to be a frustration game, if you want it to be Phodian, right? Then I think this works. If you want the player to be able to interact with it in some way, then I need to know I'm going to teleport soon. It doesn't even have to be like a meter, like to know with perfectness, but just to know like soon it's about to happen. And even better would be to know where am I going to be teleporting kind of to. Right now, I understand it's probably just a random point on the screen. So depending on how long the timers are and how frequently these chips are, you're supposed to find flash chips. It could end up being kind of impossible to finish. So you just really have to really dial in those time values, right? To avoid a ton of frustration. That's my big concern is when you teleport the player at random, you take power away from the player, right? So if we go to Octalysis. Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. So when you're teleporting the player at random and they have no input over it and they have no ability to really interact with it or predict it, it feels like your empowerment is going way down here. And that's something to keep an eye out for. Epic meaning you're saving your baby. And not only are you saving your baby, you messed up. You done wrong. You done did messed up, Aaron. So not only is it save the baby, it's save the baby from your own darn mistake. Oh no, let's go take care of that. I like that a lot. Social influence, not a lot. Not every game needs to have social influence. Unpredictability is huge, and that can be both positive and negative, right? Narvin, hey, welcome in. How's my favorite pirate mustache friend? Avoidance, pretty high, because the teleporting is so disruptive. I really want to avoid ever getting anywhere close to having the teleporting. Since it's teleporting randomly, there's a part of me that wonders, might I actually at some point want to trigger that so I could like teleport past obstacles or something? Or get past a really difficult jump that I'm struggling with and just let randomness do its thing? So that's something I'd be aware of is, do we want to incentivize or de-incentivize the teleporting? Like, is this a mechanic to engage with or a mechanic to avoid? And if you want it to be something to avoid, then I think you're going to have to put a lot of smart limits on it so it doesn't get used as a cheat code to get past things. Scarcity, I'm not totally sure because we don't really have any resources yet. We have those chips that are mentioned by you in design, but I don't see them in the game, and I don't necessarily know how they interact with anything. Ownership, not very high. These old school narrative-based platformers, your ownership isn't very high. It's not like you're going to your friends at school and saying, check out, this cool level that unless there's like a level editor or something, then there'd be some ownership, and that's fine. You don't have to be a perfect circle in order to be a great game. But it is important to know kind of where the strengths and weaknesses of the design lie, so you can really dial in the strengths while minimizing the weaknesses, right? Okay. Accomplishment. This is a big question mark for me. I could see this being really high for accomplishment, depending on how frustrating the level is. Jack, the 2.5D looks odd to me, given it also has the insides of the wall on both sides of the arena. I can see that. It's kind of like it feels like you're looking in a box and it's a 1 point perspective, right? 1 point perspective in the middle. 2D Fighter, avoid will be stage obstacles to get around. We'll try to have up by next submission. Okay, so there will be like a spike trap or something where you may fall into and die. So that's kind of interesting. Another question I would have is, when you do die, when you hit a hazard and you reset, does your sanity meter reset? Or are you just going to be constantly teleporting? Like, if you're failing at a level over and over again because it's a hard platforming section, are you doomed to be just permanently teleporting? And if that's the case, I might consider like respawning in your chips. For the glory of gods, TCG, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the follow. We run a charitable organization devoted to helping people develop the skills to enter the game industry. I have 10 years as a product designer, and I wear many silly hats. Glad you're here. People have signed up to critique their game design documents and prototypes that they're getting ready for our Game Jam. Game Jam is taking course over the next several days. We'll be closing next Wednesday. Thank you, Jack, for adding a hat. I will get right to that. So people have submitted this for early feedback. It's going to make them eligible for this Most Growth Prize, which you can't see because I'm in the... Wait, there you go. Somewhere down there. It's down there. So that's what we're up to right now. Welcome on in. It's good to have you here. Let's get that extra hat on. Spike Trap, Death Pits. Yes, if you die, stage reset. You only have so many moves before you go crazy looking for your baby. So many moves? So is it turn-based? Because I got the impression this was a live-action platformer. I mean, it's a little choppy. Is each of those little movements a move? But then when you jump, you get you have free movement. So I must be misunderstanding something there. Queen Anne, this high-level analysis has me dialed in. I'm so glad. Welcome in, Queen Anne. We do stuff like this all the time. This is great. Yeah. So GameMaker 2D Fighters, who's on YouTube, by the way, in case anyone's confused that they're not seeing things, Do you have any other thoughts or questions? Anywhere you'd like us to dial in and discuss? Anything you'd like to brainstorm on? Any way we can support you in your project to help it become the best project it can possibly be? Is there anything we can do for that? As it is, I think, once again, meaning really high. It's a very clever narrative. I think, it's more clever than Pizza Tower, for heaven's sake. I think there's a lot there. Unpredictability is very high. If you can dial that in and have that be leveraged in really clever ways, and I think this becomes really powerful. There will be a meter that builds up while you're moving. Oh, okay. So like the more you move, the more this meter goes up until it makes you teleport. And then does that meter go back down to 0 when you teleport? And does picking up a chip reduce that? Is that how the kind of function is supposed to be? This is why GDDs are important for everyone. This is why GDDs are important, because now I'm having to like piece this together, and I'm probably getting a different idea than what you have intended. Just a growth thing, meaning you see it now. Now, next time, let's see how it grows. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly the point of this. So that's exactly what this is for. It's for growth. It's for building. It's for becoming better. All this stuff about GDD and I'm talking about and everything is just to help me to be able to give better feedback to help and facilitate that growth. So, yeah, I think my big concern here is empowerment. How do you make sure the player still feels empowered throughout the game? And what is the balance for the levels and in comparison to that sanity stuff? And then if you get those both feeling right, then I think accomplishment takes off. I think accomplishment starts to be somewhere over here. I think you're going to have the feeling that I'm looking for with my submission, which is that, oh gosh, I finally beat that level, right? I think that could definitely be the case. Start over and look at GUI on top left of screen. Yeah, we've got a bunch of debug values, right? We've got H speed, V speed, jump set. I don't know what jump set means. Coyote time, sanity level, overload. Let me bring that in. We'll do it again. Sanity level 0. Oh, sanity level's going up. Okay. I don't know what this is correlating to. Oh, is it 300 and then it's loops back around? Okay. Okay. Does the overload thing change if you're not insane? Okay, overload. So this is your overload. Oh, sanity level and overload has a number next to it. It's hard to see with that white on yellow. Rough contrast. Obviously, it's like debug text. I'm not saying that's a poor decision. Okay, we have 1 overload. Okay, so we are overloaded now. Okay. So then that kind of turns it into a puzzle game, which is really interesting. That amps up the empowerment a lot. So if it's like, I need to plan out my movement to be able to get through this thing and find the chips before I start randomly teleporting, now I'm planning out all of my movement a lot more deliberately, and I think that's really interesting. I would crunch up that empowerment a lot. Cool. Yeah. Anything else, 2D Fighter? Anything else you want us to talk about? Code the Void. I like that mechanic a lot. I agree. I think that's really interesting. It kind of makes it feel like a tether type sort of thing. But if we're doing that to really dial up that empowerment, I would also want like a quick restart, right? Like I can see that this is not the right route that I need to take. So I want to restart at a certain point in order to try again on something. There we go. Hey, guy. Cool. Hey, that is Honey. I think I sent the baby to the wrong grandparent. I love that. That is so great. We have ads coming up here in just a minute. GameMaker 2D Fighter. This was fantastic. Thank you so much for sending this along. By the way, if no one follows 2D Fighter over on YouTube, you really should. He is building something that I am not anywhere near bold enough to try. Talking about courage, this man is building a 2D fighting engine within GameMaker, and he's doing a fantastic job and shares his progress all the time. Definitely go check him out on YouTube. He's doing awesome stuff. Okay. With that being said, I think we're going to jump on the ads. I'm going to change a diaper. And then when we come back, we will do Jack's submission, who is looking for feedback on his game concept. Jack, if you can get that to me somehow, whether it's on Discord or something, I believe you said you're sending a prototype. Let me get me some way to evaluate this, whether it's a video or it's a link, whatever it is. Send it my way, and when we get back from the diaper change, we will dive into your critique. Thank you so much for signing up. Thank you, 2D Fighter. Thank you, Ariel. You put it in the submission on Itch. Oh, you submitted it on Itch already? You mad lad. Really? Wow. We have a submission. All right. The very first submission, overloaded. Cool. We will check this out as soon as we're back from ads. With that being said, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. This is absolutely amazing. I love doing this sort of stuff with you all. We're going to do Jack's analysis, and then we're going to jump into another indie game. The indie game was a developer who reached out to me over on Reddit, and their game is a shmup called, if I can find it, it is called Hode, Hode. So we're going to check that out, and we'll do an analysis of it. I think they've done something interesting. Be right back. Okay. Let me tell you, chat. You have not lived until you have changed a diaper wearing 4 hats and then get to the end and realize, oh no, this was a blowout. My hand has poop on it. You haven't lived. 2D Fighter, what's the name of the one turn-based slash battle card PG you played on stream a few times with a pretty art? Slash-based battle card? I'm not sure. With the pretty art. You're talking Dice Folk? Or Talented? Talented doesn't really have pretty art. It's effective art, but it's not really pretty. I don't think I want to live in that case. Rip. What all have we played on stream? That was a card-based thing. Balatro? Are you talking about Balatro? Shogun? Oh, maybe Shogun. Yeah, it could be Shogun. Shogun Showdown? Change a diaper while bottle feeding. Get on my level. Oh, shoot. All right, let's check this out. Oh, Jack. I don't have access. I can't see it. Yeah, it's not going to want to let me. By the way, for those of you who don't know, 2D Fighter has twins. His twins came about like 2 or 3 weeks after this guy came along, so they're very young. Shogun Showdown. Yeah, let me grab the link for that. It's great. I love Shogun Showdown. I just did a run yesterday. It was awesome. They've got a bunch of different characters. There's like 4 characters total. And I've only showed off, I think, 1 or 2 on stream. I played with the 3rd one. It's cool. Very cool. Very different. Get some pretty interesting and wacky builds there. Yeah, Jax, if you can get that fixed up. Should have updated it. There we go. All right, right on. Let's pause. All right, let's check this out. This is Overloaded. Simple tower defense game with a theme of overload. Place buildings and upgrade them to defenses. I love a good tower defense, but I'm also kind of picky about my tower defenses, so I'm really excited about this. Now, Jack, you said you wanted feedback on the concept of the game. So are you looking for thematic concept? Are you looking for how mechanics work? Are you looking for like a game design breakdown of it? What do you mean by the concept of the game? Upgrading doesn't really work? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fine. Let's check this out. Loading. Okay, we got a lot of squares. I'm getting kind of Thomas Was Alone feel already. 2D Fighter, I wanted to do that for the jam, but I couldn't find a reference, so I chose this way today with the Go Crazy thing. That's great. I love it. Okay, so place machine gun. Done. Whoa. What? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty overloaded. So I don't know how much things are costing, and it looks like things can... Oh, something made it through. Why did that one make it through and the other ones didn't? Okay, so this is obviously very early prototype, right? Very, very early proof of concept type sort of thing. Don't really know what I'm looking for. Okay, we'll kind of chat about things. Oh, you wanted to do the Shogun thing for the jam. Okay. So it's a little difficult for me to really evaluate this because I don't know how this is supposed to work, right? Once again, that's where the GDD comes in handy. It gives me insight into your mind on what you're trying to execute on. Because it looks like I can only press it once. Try restarting and press the button once, then move mouse to middle. Like over here? Queen Anne, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Oh, so this is just a button. It's not like the zone in which you place things. I was confused because it says place. Hat tower. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. We have this crown that my daughter made for us yesterday. We'll add that on there. We've got my daughter's beanie. Okay, we'll put that right there. We've got the Cthulhu beanie. We'll put that just right up there. Okay, there we go. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so I've got a lot of money now. Can I place more? No, I can't place more. And things are, obviously buggy. That's just fine. It's going to be like a button so you can select different towers, but there's only one so far. Okay, so there'd be like an assortment of towers down here. So tell me about the gameplay here. I mean, I think I get, it's tower defense game. It is overload in the sense that you're getting a huge amount of stuff coming at you at once. What I'm not understanding is like, oh, I can click on it and okay, so they should have health. We're defending the machine gun. Upgrading doesn't work, you mentioned, that's fine. Will every tower have, whoa. Will every tower have health? And what are you trying to defend? Gonna click on the towers and the rocks. Oh, those are rocks. I thought that was just like background. So you can remove the rocks to give yourself more space to place towers down. Okay, cool. So I'm almost kind of getting like polyomino sort of vibes. Like, am I going to get towers that are bigger than 1 square by 1 square? And I need to kind of clear away the rocks so I can place them down and put them. That's kind of interesting. Kind of like Isle of Cats, but tower defense. It's kind of fun. Okay. So if I remove this, yeah, those are all going to go flying in. Upgrade, negative infinite health. Something like that. Okay. I think that's a very interesting concept. Polyomino mixed with tower defense is very interesting to me. Where I mean, obviously this is a very early idea, right? You're gonna have a big tower in the middle that you have to protect. Okay, cool. All right. That's helpful. Thank you for saying that. I think where I'm struggling with the design right now is how is Miller's Law being incorporated? Because we've got a lot of enemies on the screen that are overloading you, and that's the narrative theme, right? But the principle I'm not seeing a ton of, because I'm not having to keep a lot in short-term memory because the towers are doing the shooting for me, right? So I don't need to keep stuff in memory. I just need to observe and react. Oh, I can put down more towers now. Oh, great. Weird. Great. There's a blue bar that's going to stop the gun from firing constantly. Okay. I thought that was health. That's good to know. Oh, and I can go into debt on money. So we got cooldowns there. Okay. So, like, that's interesting with the cooldowns. Like, that almost makes me wonder, is it intended that I'm going to be, like, starting and stopping different towers? Like, turn these towers on and then turn the other ones off so they can cool down. Like, that's all of a sudden Miller's Law. I have to retain all that stuff in memory. Money in the top right corner looks like about 200 for a turret. Yeah, could be. That's how you want. Okay. That's interesting. Start some, stop others. There you go. Okay, that's Miller's Law. That's very Miller's Law. That's having to retain in memory all of the different things and how do you want to do it. And then, so a game like that, for me, is going to live and die based off of how well the player can predict what's coming down the line so that they know what to turn on or off. So if we go over to our Octalysis here, let's dive in. Blah. Zoom in, get rid of all that extra white space. Okay, good. Okay. Oh gosh. I appreciate everyone's patience while I maneuver little handicapped, not only because of the tower of hats upon my head, but also because of the child that I'm desperately trying not to wake up. Oh, although he's very asleep, I might be able to put him down. Hold on. And not a single hat dropped. Okay, I was thinking of maybe a wave mechanic so they can judge what to use when. Yes. Okay, so I like your instincts here. I like where you're headed. Let's undo that. So, empowerment, if there is a reasonable way to predict what's happening, right? And I think you can look at something like Thronefall, because they do something similar. Not with turning stuff on and off, but with seeing what waves are coming and planning your city building accordingly. I think empowerment is actually pretty good. if that's the case. You're removing some empowerment from the player in the form of your towers kind of overheat, and if they overheat, then I assume they automatically turn off and have some negative effect, right? Like it takes extra long for the heat to dissipate. So you're removing some empowerment for the player, but in the act of giving them the ability to turn them on and off, you're giving it back, and it even feels more generous than if they just fired automatically. So I like that. And if you have some way to tell the player, communicate with them, hey, this is coming down the line, you need to be ready for this. That's very compelling, especially if you can know direction. Once again, Thronefall does something interesting there, where you have your map, and you've got like your castle here, right? And then you have spawn point, spawn point, spawn point, and then it'll have like a little icon pop up saying, this is going to get this, and this is going to get this. Can't quite see that, can you? There we go. So anyways, that's something I would check out if I were building this. Social influence, I don't think there's very much unless, you build in some sort of memingness or some sort of extreme difficulty or something. I don't foresee anyone going to school and saying, check out what I did in this game. All right, we're just going lazy. We're flopping them all on. But once again, that's fine. Most games don't really have a social influence. Especially kind of the rogue sort of stuff that a lot of people tend to gravitate to right now in the market. Unpredictability, I think, is kind of in the middle, because you have the unpredictability of the waves, but you kind of need there to not be an absurd amount of unpredictability, because you need to be able to gauge the behavior of your towers and react to that appropriately. So you probably don't want a lot of unpredictability in there, right? Because it's about spinning the plates, right? Whereas Packet Overload, the plates that you were spinning were like the server and then the accuracy streaks and everything. In this, it's about responding to the different waves. Those are the different plates that you're spinning. Avoidance... I mean, okay, actually, I think there's a decent amount of avoidance. I put it in mid, a little bit, maybe a little bit higher than mid, because you're trying to avoid all of the towers overheating. And I think that's very clever. I like that. If it weren't for the overheating mechanic, I think avoidance would be next to nothing, but I think that brings in a lot of interesting stuff. You can also have some sort of theming in there to make the avoidance more powerful, like, I don't, like, my central tower is a puppy with adorable eyes. I don't want anyone hurting the puppy, and now I really don't want to do that, right? Make a foxhollow bullet. Bullet hell. Instead of a gun, you throw hats. Oh, man, we're going full 007 with, who was that guy? Who's the villain that threw hats? Villain threw hat. It wasn't... Odd Job, yes, Odd Job, yeah, classic. Okay, scarcity, this is a question mark for me. In the prototype, Odd Job, yes, Narvin, yeah, you got it. In the prototype, there's not a lot of scarcity. But it's a prototype, right? It's a proof of concept. The way you're describing it to me, of these kind of polyomino towers you're trying to fit in, you have to clear away the level, and you're spending money to clear away the level, and that is money you may be using to upgrade your towers or to build new towers. I think that is actually quite clever. If that all kind of works out and the economy gets dialed in, I think scarcity could be quite high. And I think that could be really powerful. It creates a lot of good decisions of, do I want to upgrade my tower, or do I want to have that huge upfront investment of, like, I really want to build the super mega laser awesome tower, but, like, it's so big, I'd have to clear away so much level space that I don't know if it's going to be worth it. I don't have a good spot to place it. And if you're doing random levels and those obstructions are random, then that shoves your unpredictability up, right? Which you may or may not want. Ownership, I think, is quite high, because you are building your own version. You're building your own map, right? And I think that's pretty cool. You're getting ownership over which rocks you're choosing to destroy and where you're going to build your towers. I think that's really powerful. And I think you could maybe even dial it up a little bit more and have, whatever. You could have, walls and stuff, right? To funnel people into certain areas. And once again, that's a total, it would be cool if. But it just thoughts of like, if you wanted to, like, I think ownership is a strong thing, and it may even be the strongest thing in the design. And so you kind of want to look for ways you can dial up your key, really cool value proposition. And to me, so far, that's ownership from what we've discussed. Accomplishment? Yeah, I think it's kind of in the middle. I don't think it's going to be, unless you're able to like optimize it. So you have, they are billions amounts of things rushing in and swarming the player, and you're juggling between those things. I could see this going up or down, to be honest. And it's going to depend totally on two things, on difficulty and on, what's the word I'm looking for? Impact, on the visual impact of what is happening. If you have like one guy come in per like lane, and that's a standard wave, it's not going to feel that good. But like in the prototype, if you've got dozens and dozens and you're constantly mowing things down, and it's more than just like a single little, train of weak guys you see in a lot of tower defense. It's a single red balloon floating by. That's not all that meaningful. But when in Balloons 2D6, when you see a huge line of all of those, like the Zeppelins, I forget their names, the bads, and they pop and you're swarmed with all those balloons and everything, theirs is lessened because it's all staying in a lane, but yours is more open, so you can have a more visual impact of having things swarm the player. So it could be very high in terms of accomplishment. It could go very low. It's totally going to depend on implementation. And then epic meaning, that's another big question mark, because I don't think you've thought about theming really at all, and that's pretty much exclusively what meaning is. It's the theming. So those are my early thoughts on this. I like the direction. I want to see the direction amplified a lot. I think it's really powerful, and there's a lot of potential. And I think for me, the success of this design is going to totally depend on dialing in the execution, on making sure that the plates have to be juggled and you don't have very many down times. Well, I don't know. Maybe you could have down times where you don't have to juggle a plate for a few seconds and you get to just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Spectacle, that's the word I was looking for. Enjoying the spectacle of what is happening on the screen, right? I could see that. But this is what I'm talking about. It's very loosey-goosey right now, and it's hard to say, yes, this is a good decision. No, this is a bad decision, because it's just that kind of open as it stands, of being that very early prototype. There's no GDD, so it's a lot of, oh yeah, this could be really cool, and I think it could be really cool. So Jack, what thoughts do you have? Is there anything you wanted to dial into specifically? Anything you wanted to ideate on or talk about together? Or did we kind of cover what you were hoping to get out of this? In the meantime, we'll turn our chill back on. Jack, if I implemented like waves, would having breaks in between them be good, or maybe have waves be continuous? I think that depends on your tension arcs that you're looking for. So if I jump over to my screen over here. So, and this is why I talked so much when we started the stream up about what is the emotional experience we want to have. If we're on high tension, this is like gritting your teeth, like super focus mode, and then this is super bored, I'm sleeping. On a scale of that, if you wanted to have waves have breaks, then you're kind of, going to have a sort of a sine curve, right? Where you get to the terminus of a wave, and then it'll start to get to a point where you realize, okay, I'm going to beat this wave, and now we're just waiting for the cleanup. And then it goes down, and you get all the time that you need in order to build stuff, and then it climbs back up, right? And that may be the tension arc you're looking for, but if it's not, there are things you can do. So if you want to dial that in, so it kind of only goes down to here, you put a time limit on how long you have between each wave. Now, you're tense, right? Because there is no pause. And then, of course, you take that even further by saying there are no breaks between waves. You're constantly having things coming at you, in which case it only goes down a little bit when you realize you have a moment of safety, and then you can start thinking about building and constructing. So the concern that I have with those different tension arcs, especially with this one, right, is how involved is the polyomino going to be, right? If I have a tower that's shaped like this, and I have a map with all of these obstructions, then I'm going to have to be like really deliberate and careful, because I don't want to delete anything that isn't going to, I don't want to delete something that's just going to cost me money that I don't actually need to, right? So if I'm deleting these, gosh darn it. If I'm deleting all these rocks, and I do one that I didn't actually need to do in order to fit the thing in, I'm going to feel less empowered. I'm going to feel gypped. It's going to feel coerced rather than natural. And so having that constant drive increases the odds for mistakes. Now, if you make mistakes not all that impactful, or you have it line up to a grid or something where it's really easy to tell if something is going to fit or not, then that problem starts to get loosened, right? So you start to see there's a lot of different ways you can ameliorate the problem. But that's my main concern. If we go too high on tension for too long, is the player going to be able to engage with the planning side of the game? So the question I would be asking myself is, which half of this game do I think the game really lives in? Is this a game that's about building towers, or is it a game about the defense and the spectacle and the spinning of the plates, right? It's a snap grid at the moment, so it should be good, hopefully. Possibly. Once again, it depends on the shape of the towers. If it's always going to be one grid space wide, then sure. But if you start going to like 2, 3, 4, 5, or odd oblong shapes that are kind of hard to track visually, then you might start running into problems, right? So yeah, those are the questions I'd be asking myself. Where is the game? Is the game in this polyomino placement? Is the game in the spectacle of all of these bad guys rushing in while you're blasting them? Is the game in the running around and spinning of the towers and turning them on and off? And to me, this towers turning on and off thing is the game. This is the unique thing that I don't see in other tower games. And the polyomino stuff is kind of cool, especially if you have to like build paths that are efficient to them. Then you start getting into like Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time type sort of gameplay, which is interesting, or you're building that out, pushing ownership higher. But this to me is the most unique part, and that's what I would personally focus in on. You may decide that's not what you want to focus in on, and that's reasonable. I'm just telling you kind of, this is how I would approach it if I were thinking about it. And these are the questions I would ask. Yeah. So we do have ads, and we're going to jump into Hode right after. Like to get mostly the third one, but I think mixing in the second would improve it as well. I think so. I think like your number 1 should be this one. Your number 2 is this one. And then your number 3 is this one, in my mind. And if you hit those 3 beats, you're going to have something pretty good. But making sure that you have the right priorities, you know where the game is, and that you dial it in towards where that is, I think is going to be the key to this success. Yeah. Okay, we have ads starting soon. We're going to jump into Hode right after we come back. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you, 2D Fighters, for submitting your games for critiques and your designs and everything. Once again, it's a courageous thing. I'm grateful for that. And I owe all of you. Thank you. And you're all eligible for the most growth category now. Congratulations, you made it. We'll talk to you in just a few minutes after these ad breaks. Bezos, summon the ads. Okay, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. It is great to have you all here on this Frabjous Critique Wednesday. Absolutely lovely. We're going to dive in and play Hode. Banish the chill beats. Hode is a shmup. I will throw the link into chat. The developer of this game reached out to me saying, hey, I'd like to get your thoughts and feedback. I see you do those sorts of things on your stream. It is a classical, retro-style shmup. I'm excited about this. I think it's going to be really interesting. Also, very interesting because it was made in GameMaker. And I can tell it was made in GameMaker because when I launched it and I tried to broadcast it in OBS, it showed up as GameMaker. Mimetic Firewall is also a meta thing. I was wondering if it was, Ariel. Oh, I thought about bringing that up and I thought, no, I'm just going to look like an idiot again. Okay. Come here, little guy. So, Hode. I don't know a lot about it, other than it's a retro style shmup. We're going to dive in. We're going to see what happens here. They do not have windowed options, unfortunately. So we're going to have some of those black bars as well, like we did on Attack on Hex Island. I apologize. It's the problem of having a Samsung Odyssey ultra-wide monitor. One day I will have multiple monitors so that I can have something more appropriate for non-windowed games. I might lean more into... Oh, where's your bottle? Sorry, one second. All right, we got it worked out. Found the bottle. I might lean more into this side of the game, add more of those paranormal hardware and software parts. I definitely would. Yeah. If you're going to have them at all, I would definitely lean into them. I think that'd be super fun. So, without further ado, let's dive into Hode. Jeez, that's really loud and harsh. Load 1 out of 0. Are these save slots? Okay. Good signifier, by the way, on the little dots here. It's good to tell you which state is active. We'll just, I don't know. I'm playing one-handed. We'll go easy. No, we'll do normal. Normal is the way that the design is expected to be handled. Oh, it's so harsh and loud. Player 1 is keyboard, player 2 is controller. That's interesting. It's also interesting that it's way up above here. It would be nice to have like keyboard and controller next to the options that you're choosing, right? So player 1 dash keyboard or an icon of a keyboard. I know you're going for a retro aesthetic here, so the icon maybe not, but bringing that information down would be very helpful. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit because that is really, really harsh and loud for me. Yeah, it's pretty loud in OBS too. Hold on, let me turn that way down. Here we go. All right. Do you want a tutorial on what power-ups do? Sure. Oh, okay. In two-player mode, your second player can upgrade their ship by pressing any move key with their control. Just at will? Okay, so clicking is no longer working. Do I have to do arrow keys? WASD? WASD, okay. That's annoying. If you're going to have me do clicks in the menus and maintain the clicks and not allow for a lot of input otherwise, keep me in clicks. Keep your interaction method consistent. Even if your interaction method isn't what people want to do, as long as it's consistent, it will be learnable, and that's important. You can upgrade your ship by choosing an upgrade and pressing the Action 1 key, whatever that is. This is the cost of your highlighted upgrade. Oh! So you can buy upgrades. There's a store you have access to. You can also sell ship upgrades using the Action 2 key, which I don't know what that means. Selling upgrades will refund you for the full amount. Oh, okay. Okay, so there's no depreciation. When highlighting an upgrade, a tooltip will tell you the name above. Yeah, I don't know why we're doing that. Like, the fact that you have to have a tutorial screen on that feels weird to me. I would either have... What was that? Have it... the visual language consistent enough that you can just automatically understand what they do based on context, or put the names next to them. I don't want to have to keep on looking up and consulting a legend, you know? These are your ship's weapons for actions 1 and 2. Upon completing zones, you will unlock new weapons. Your ship's maximum health. Oh, okay. Great. Feels like we're outside of power-ups. I thought this was a tutorial for how to power up. Also, there should be an apostrophe on ships. I think, right? Possessive? Yeah. Max power is generally used to fire weapons. So like it's like mana. This is I guess that will make sense when we get into the game. I don't know if this is for super weapons or like just your regular weapon. Are you always on an ammo counter? This display tells you the power cost of your weapon. So okay. So this is how much mana we can hold. Oh, little guy. He is just having a tough time. All right. This display tells you the power cost of your weapons. Okay. So number 1 costs 1 to shoot, and number 2 costs 5 to shoot, and we have a max of 30? We better be getting max power-ups, like, left and right. Acceleration is the amount of time it takes for your ship to reach its max speed. You could probably delete the word "for" there, and it would work just fine. Your ship to reach its max speed. Once again, apostrophe. Okay. Amount of time it takes for your ship to reach its max speed. Okay. I wonder how impactful that's going to be. Like, am I going to really care about that? How big is that number ever going to get? Oh, guy, I know. You're having a tough one, huh? This is the amount of points you earn per second while in a zone. Amount of points you earn per second while in a zone. What's a zone? Like, I think of that as just a level. Once again, I'm assuming that that's going to be something that makes sense when we get into it. Sundown, hey, welcome in on YouTube. Good to see ya. Action 2 key, possibly poor translation between game code and custom keybinds. It could be. Seen some AAA games struggle with proper display of custom keybinds. It could be, yeah. No apostrophe there, that's correct. Good, okay, good. Thank you, code. Also, because I can't do this in windowed mode and I don't have dual monitors, I'm going to be a little slow to respond to chat, so thank everyone for your patience. Sundown played Pandemic's Legacy Season 1 last night. Wow, congrats. That's a big deal. This displays the total amount of points generated through invest. I don't know what invest means. Investments? Is this our total money? Is this our interest rate? Like, what is invest? These are your health and power regen. This is a lot of information, by the way. It will take them as long as your regen cooldowns are to proc. So I gain 1 health and gain 5 energy, I think is what that second symbol is. Per cooldown. Is the 1 for health the amount we recover, or is it the cooldown? At 300, it would take the 300 frames to proc. Don't mention frames to the player. Frames don't exist to the player. Okay. So obviously the tutorial, they put it in there because you need to have a tutorial. Obviously there's a lot of ways to improve on that. We won't harp on that too much. Okay. How do I exit the tutorial? Escape, okay. This tutorial could be re-enabled in gameplay options. Okay. Oh, now we're back to the mouse. Great, okay. What am I doing here? What am I choosing? What is happening? I have scores and I have status that I hover over? Is this an upgrade store? Before I even get into the game? We have a legend over here, okay. Action 1, okay, action 2, too expensive. I have starting money, okay? Max power sounds good. Investments? I feel like this is the start of Oregon Trail and I'm getting ready to send my crew off to dysentery. Okay. Code the Void, arguably I would include the frames to proc in some detailed documentation. Speedrunners eat that stuff up. You could, yeah. But like, just having a cooldown timer would be plenty, right? For the layperson. And then if you really want to, you can include frames. So you have powers, achieve, which is misspelled, and zone. Moving up is a power? Okay. Escape? Is that going to take me back? Okay. There was no back button. Achieve. Oh, these achievements. They're achievements. Okay. So that's probably what it is. It's probably it just got cut off at achieve. Interesting scroll bar there. That's kind of an interesting effect. Kind of like that. All right. Zone, is that play? Okay. These are all locked. Why does it say water locked, but then I don't get the name of the other zones? All right. 25 bonus something. Okay. Oh, how do I shoot? Is it a click? Yes, it's a click. Okay. So given the fact that I have limited shots that I think regen, but limited nonetheless, it feels weird to be using mouse. I kind of feel like that means I should be able to direct my shot, but I'm pretty sure it's only shooting where my ship is. So obviously I'm a pro gamer. I don't know if any of you knew that. Jeez. Okay. So we get to try again with our same stats? I don't know what the structure of this game is. It kind of suffers like what Attack on Hex Island had yesterday, where it's just, I don't understand what the game is. Like, is it an RPG where I'm constantly growing my ship? And why do I get to keep my stats when I die? You really want to be very precise with your shots. And I'm struggling in the moment-to-moment to see how much energy I have. Okay, it's the bottom middle. I'd like to see that over my character, because that's where I'm looking to try and avoid all the bullet hell stuff. And I don't want to be wasting my shots and put myself in a position where I can't shoot. Wow, that is a rough cooldown. That is a really long cooldown on that shot. I mean, I am jamming I'm going to hold the mouse button in. That's the cooldown between shots. When each of, that was 4 dudes coming at me, right? When I kill the bird, 4 more birds start coming at me. I don't know how you're even supposed to deal with that. Ugh. That felt very satisfying. That was nice. I mean, the aesthetic is obviously very retro, and it's kind of interesting having this, scientific jet going through, what you may mistake as, an early Mario predecessor platforming sort of experience. It's kind of interesting. I don't know if I, love it or not. Also, I'm jamming in this left mouse button. Is it even possible for me to run out of energy? It looks like yes, but only just barely. I do not need to be judicious about this with the starting weapon. Overall, it feels a little slow. I don't feel empowered to dodge a whole lot, and maybe that's because I need to upgrade my acceleration. Because it is, it takes a while to get up and moving. So it's kind of hard to dodge out of the way of stuff. Which is understandable. I understand that you want to be encouraging that. So this feels to me now I have money. Now I can take this as it's a grind. So I'm going to level up my investment because I'm assuming that's giving me more money. And I'm just going to grind through levels and get invest up. I'm going to get Charizard in level 1 before we leave Pallet Town. Ariel, thank you so much. Take care. And I can't wait to see all the progress you make. Super great. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for submitting your game for critique once again. Do I get anything? Oh, I get a ton of money. Beat Cave Zone without missile as an action. Okay. Defeat 200 enemies. I'd like to see what, my progress is. Where am I at on that? Or does it have to be 200 enemies in one level? Get 20 bonuses. Defeat the water boss. Okay. We'll go for one more run, see if I can make any more sense of this. 25 skull equals bonus. And it looks like a skull is a kill. So if I do that, in the upper right, the skull counter is going up. And I think it's corresponding to that -1 that's popping up. So we're at 25. What's my bonus? Is it a bonus to score? Am I not expected to kill 25 things in a level? Am I supposed to just kind of passively dodge my way through it? Maybe this is a less confrontational game than I was expecting. Oh, we got bonus. Plus 226. Is that money? I don't know if that was money. I didn't see like the money icon next to it. Is it? I don't think there's a score independent of money. So that's kind of what it is. Probably has to be, right? We definitely want to hit those worms because they are casualty farms. My goodness. Like each one of those is 10 things. And when your fire rate is this slow... Oh, the little birds count as 5. Okay. Oh, fire is so brutal, man. It makes it so you can't shoot. Your movement is more erratic. And like how... It lasts forever. Jeez. Oh, man. Okay. We have the mist counter here. Okay. Can I reset? I'd like to maybe reset my points. Oh, and then I can buy new weapons. That's probably what I've been missing. I probably need a better weapon. And that would be right click, I would imagine, is how that would map out. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we'll do for Hode. I think there's something here for old retro fans. And I could see this being something that somebody could grind through very well and have a lot of fun building up their ship. It would be a lot more satisfying if, like, it corresponded to visual upgrades in the ship, right? Instead of just linear statistical upgrades. And so by the end, by having a fully upgraded ship is going to look the exact same as a completely unupgraded ship, which is, I don't know, it's always a bit of a bummer for me. That being said, the hit detection is nice, which I'm impressed about with GameMaker. That's a tough thing to do very well. And it does feel very chunky and retro. I think it's accomplishing the aesthetic that it's going for in a very big way. I would like some modern day quality of life improvements along with that aesthetic. So if I go all the way to the right, it doesn't really give me anything. Can I like run into walls? Does that hurt me? Yes, it does. Hitting the ground hurts me. Okay, that's danger zone. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's most of what my feedback is. They're nailing the retro aesthetic. I want modern day quality of life improvements to the retro aesthetic. Because if you ever go back in time and try and play, you know, like the original Dragon's Age or something, you know, it's rough. Because we've gotten a lot better at making things feel better for the player. Is there a way to go back to the main menu here? Okay, these are our save slots. Load 1 out of 1. We can do new. That's a little weird to say load 2 out of 1. I don't know why we're reinventing the save slot menu here. Oh, we can delete it. Okay. Also weird that these are right aligned instead of center aligned, because it feels like these are center aligned, but then this is right. Yeah. And then this. So just talking UI, right? Let's see what we can do to kind of simplify and communicate this UI a little bit better. Let's go over to Figma. And all the sound effects are just a little bit harsh, you know? And I'd like to see them softened, maybe? I think the fire was a result of low health. Looked like you had 5 out of 53 health when it started. It could be. And if that's the case, then, like, it feels like you just lose at that point. There's not a whole lot you can do to modify that, right? I don't know. Yeah, the music's a little harsh. I'm actually going to close the game so we don't have to hear that in the background quite so much. So we've got our original here. And then we're going to do a mock-up here. What are some ways we can organize this information to make it a little more clear, provide a focal point for your eye to focus on, and direct the player to where they need to go in order to really engage with the game's systems? These are the questions that I have. So, let's take a look. If we black all this out... By the way, this is pure black, which is a retro aesthetic, but we do talk a lot about, you know, make sure you don't use pure black, don't use pure white, because it is harsh. It's very heavy contrast. It looks very artificial. So what if we brought kills up here? Oh, come on. So this is now meta information, right? And we can even shrink it down, right? Because this is not stuff you need to have access to in the moment. This is stuff that can come over time or like on demand, right? A big important part of good information architecture and good experience design is providing information at the moment that it's requested and not a moment earlier. Let's grab our kind of main screen here, because this is where you really want the player to be focusing their time on. It's the money, it's the upgrades. I admit, I don't totally know what invest is. Oops. So, you know, I could maybe see that being up there in the upper right. Legends. Like, can we just replace it? like if we do, points, right? And we text transform this to be uppercase, and we find some bit sort of font. And I should remember a bit font, but I don't, unfortunately. Okay, bit. Well, that'll be close enough. Okay. Make it kind of chunky. And then we right align it. And then we can even make it the same color as this kind of primary yellow. We have points. We have money. And then we have sell. Okay. So then I think we just get to get rid of that whole legends section, right? POW cost. Okay. POW cost. To add on to your idea, if someone wants to specifically view the meta information, allowing them to mouse over it to highlight or zoom on it may be a good idea. Progressive disclosure. Absolutely, code. Super nitpicky point. Technically, it's legend singular for a map diagram legend. Yeah. Yep. Unless you have, you know, multiples of them. So I wonder how valuable POW cost is, right? Is this going to inform what I do over here? And I could maybe see it where you're trying to get it mathematically, where you have enough power to have 5 cost in a row. But is it crazy necessary? I don't know. So here's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to do this. We do have ads starting up in just a second, by the way, and we'll finish up this UI redesign when we get to the end there. I am going to black all that out. Okay. So now, even just by providing some extra space and kind of lining up the dollar signs, all of a sudden, this starts to feel a little bit better. Like we can kind of conceptualize, what is this supposed to be? I'd love to get actions on their own and stop calling them actions. Call them weapons. Like, even if they're not necessarily purely weapons, even if there's some utility stuff, like, call it something else. Because it doesn't make sense. It's not following Jacob's law. You have to really fit your brain around what it might be. So, like, you could do weapons. Right. Throw that into black. Amp it up. So it kind of matches our other headers. And then we have stats. And this 0 out of C, I don't know what 0 out of C means. Hey, Sorcery Story, welcome in. How was the rest of your stream? How's it been going? Instead of saying status, I would change that text to be like attributes or ship, you know? for a bit more of a one-to-one mapping. And then weapons is a little bit weird, but, you know, whatever. Did more UI. Hey, that's what we're doing. We are doing an analysis of a game called Hode. The developer reached out to me on Reddit asking for some feedback. And so we just played their shmup, their retro-styled shmup, and we're kind of revising the screen. So this, or this, right? I think it's pretty clear which one of these is going to be more obvious and have a better flow, right? And this is even without massively redoing the architecture or redoing our interaction patterns. Is it possible they were going for stats rather than status? I think so, Code. I think so. Yeah, how's the jam coming along? It's going along great. We did critiques of people's projects today that signed up and made some progress on our own code. And we're learning Godot and how it's all kind of like structures things and how to call things, how to not call things, and how to really learning how to break Godot. I'm doing very well at learning how to break Godot. But other than that, it's being great. Thank you for asking. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what invest is. Like, it feels like that should be over here with money. And sell value. Like, sell value should be somewhere else. Like, that should be... we can sell something. You know, like a sub option of each weapon or something, right? Like, you can click on that to sell it. And then we can get rid of this. And then instead of calling this points and money... we call it, points and money. Instead of being points and money, we could call it money and cost, right? Bring that forward. All right. We are in ads. We're going to jump off onto the ad screen, then we'll come back. We'll wrap this up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, and we'll blast everyone's eyeballs and go to the wrong scene. Professional streamer here, everyone. Okay, let's go back to the browser. Okay, so yeah, like I'm liking this iteration, right? One of these feels a lot more open and legible than the other, right? I don't super know what invest is. I'm not gonna lie. Is this how much money I'm getting? Or is it how much, like, I've spent so far, or... Okay, little one. I know. It's feeding time. I hear ya. Sorcery store. So, I think there's a lot more ways you could refine this, right? Like, frankly, I think you could take completely different approaches to all of this, and it would turn out better. If weapons could have their own section, and ship could have their own section, like, okay, sorry, hold on. I need to position the child so I can feed him one-handed, and then I can come in here and do Figma one-handed. This is what you do as a parent, and you're trying to get work done. So if we take this, and we give it a fill, just pure black, and we start just kind of gray boxing, wireframing, right? What if we have our back button right there, and then we have our meta information on our runs over here, which once again, I don't super know why we need here. And then we have our total money right up here. And then we can have some boxes. We can have a box for weapons, where you can buy and upgrade different weapons. You can go through like a slider sort of thing on each of them. And this is unfair because we're doing it abstractly, and things are always better in your mind than they are on paper. It's unfair to compare wireframes to a finished product. So once again, I'm not saying I'm being better. I'm just saying these are other alternatives to maybe accomplish what they were trying to go for. And then we have this space for like your ship stats. So you can have a lot more room now to have your icons. And then you have the value that's next to them. And then you can have the cost along with like a buy button in that same row. Boop. Right? So icon with the value with the cost of what it would cost to improve it. And we have our big, this is our amount. The cost gets brought down out of this space into here. So now you can quickly visualize how much everything costs. Code, I love that you explicitly state that. I cannot tell you how much impact actually hearing it aloud has. I'm not sure I follow. How much impact hearing what aloud has? And then powers achieve zone. I don't think that's really working. Like, maybe we could shrink in the ship stats and then have another section out here. It's always better in your mind. It is, yeah. No, it's a big deal. It's important to cognitively recognize how it's unfair to compare a wireframe can. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's very unfair. It's very unfair. I also don't want to spend the time to do a fully fleshed out design. So we're doing what we've got, and we just need to mentally bookmark, hey, this isn't a super fair comparison. So we can have our what's this left one? See, this is why I need to label it. The left one was weapons. Yes. Weapons. And then we'll auto width. And then we have our stats or our ship, right? And then we have upgrades. And we have money up here. 0.0000145, right? Okay. And we can even bring this down a little bit. Weapons could have your weapon there, and then an arrow to the side. Just do something simple. And then, nope, not Control H, Shift H. There we go. So that's weapon 1, and that's weapon 2. What information are we missing from our weapons? We're missing the cost of how much power they have. So like, yeah, see, like now we can bring this power cost down, and it makes sense relationally. So we have power cost. We could even have like name now, like a gun and missile. So we have that. We have our power cost. We'll shrink that down to give it a consistent framing. And then we can even have, like, if we weren't on missile, for example, like this was unowned, we kind of gray it out, and then we can have a price tag. And we can even have, like, this is what this all does. Now you have your price tag down below it. It costs 135 space bucks. Okay. Right? And then you can click that, buy it, it enables and turns into this, right? And then the upgrades, that was just previously, it was just a big long text string. So worst case scenario, you just do that again, right? With a bunch of different upgrades. And then, you know, we should have prices and we should have descriptions. So if we didn't want to go the lazy route, We could say upguard description to be super rad. Do a lot of characters to make it so that we have a better understanding of what our constraints are, right? So we have our upgrade description, and then grab our price tag. $135. And then we could have a buy button, right? Kind of shrink this down to guide the player's eye to the buy button. But then, you know, that 135 you may want to re-emphasize. So you could say like this, right? Bring it into the name. And then the downside of that is you have to then decrease your size. You could also do it the opposite direction. Right? And then you can get rid of that in line. So, I mean, this is not me saying this is the best route. This is me saying this is another route. And you can see how there are probably other routes that could be taken to organize this information so that it's more digestible. Because this is just everything is the same weight. Everything is the same relation to each other because it's all very, like, tightly packed. It's very hard to pick out, you know, what am I supposed to be paying attention to? What can I even interact with? If we even just give things more spacing, even if it's not, you know, all that different, then all of a sudden it starts to feel better. And then if we really change the design, then we can start tying things together. You see the weapons, the ship, the upgrades, they all feel cohesive. We can have a big play button down below, like, you know, embark on a mission or whatever, right? You can have it be thematic and fun. All right, guy. You want some food? Is that what you want? There you go. These are easy ways to kind of improve things, right? And there's a million different directions. And the creator of this game would be able to come up with something along their aesthetic that they want to do in a better direction. These are all just ideas and just playing around to explore things. So, there you go. That's Hode. I want to see more of it. I want to see this developed. It is in early access, I believe. It has a free demo up on Steam. Yeah, it's coming soon. It's not even available yet for early access. So I'm excited about this. If I look at the Steam page, I'm seeing like cool upgrades and stuff that we didn't get to see. The weapons seem more interesting. That energy effect is interesting. I haven't seen a shmup that deliberately restricts you. This feels like a sort of game where you're going to have a lot of feeling of accomplishment after you've grinded out and upgraded your ship a bunch. So it's kind of an interesting take. It's like a shmup RPG, and I think there's something to explore there. So with that being said, that was Hode. That was our design analysis for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you for all of the new folks who joined us, Code the Void, and everyone who contributed to helping me code and submitted their stuff for critique today. It's been absolutely wonderful. I can't thank you all enough. You are the reason that this exists, and you're foundational to building something that is going to do a lot of good for people in the world. We are a charitable organization devoted to helping people develop the skill sets they need to enter the video game industry. And so everything that you're doing here by viewing, by chatting, by subscribing and following, all those sorts of things, is actively building the foundation of that dream to do a lot of good later on. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time and attention. I know you've got a lot of options for getting your entertainment. So thank you for hanging out. Without all that much more, we are going to go ahead and raid in. And we're going to raid to JMC Morris because they are doing something interesting. They launched their game about a week ago. And they are in the post-launch phase, which you don't see very often, especially on Twitch. So they're sharing their process of going through, fixing bugs, dealing with community, all that sort of stuff. Go hang out with them, come along with the raid, say hey, and get to see a different angle and perspective on game development. It's something that you definitely don't see here yet. Sorcery Story, thank you so much for the stream. Have a great rest of your day. You as well. And we'll talk to you later. See you next time.